Tell me of the ancient times.
You know what? I'll give it a go. I'll give it a go.
Nothing happened. We showed up. There was no island, right? And then we left.
I mean, there was no island, but
Yeah, there was no island.
So last time we went to the constellation that we all know as the Blacksmith, expecting to find maybe a golem that that helped Vulcan in his workshop. But alas, we found no such island, and were in fact teleported or transitioned or plane shifted into a strange, timey, wibbly wobbly space where we met a time goat. I don't remember his name.
Oh,
I feel very sad about the
no.
time goat now.
It was John the Time Goat.
It was John.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that was it. John the time goat. He was a wonderful fella, and told us so much that made zero sense. Basically, the place was not constant in time, so we were both there, not there, had been there, and will be there.
Would be there? Yeah.
All at the same time. So we decided to. We were told that we can go to 3 places. On the third possibility, we will die. He didn't really explain much about that. The first place that we went to was a vault that will have stuff that we need apparently. So we went there, and sure enough, there was some cool stuff. I believe one was like a potion of cloud giant strength. I can't remember the other stuff off the top of my head. But there was some cool stuff. We did have
Only
to
pick one, right?
No, I think we got. Didn't we get a second thing? I don't know.
No, I mean we had to fight in Comic.
We got the arcane cannon. We got an Artemisia.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So each time.
Someone else.
Each time
maybe?
we wanted to open it, we had to fight a Sphinx, and the Sphinx had put disadvantage upon all of us, and had advantage on everything. It was an awful encounter, realistically. Awful not in the sense that it was bad, but in the sense that it was painful to do. So painful, in fact, that Artemisia straight up died. Thankfully, she reappeared in the vault, and the group as a whole picked her, which was nice, I suppose. And then we didn't learn from our mistakes because time, and we fought it again. And then we decided on the first time we went around that wow, that Sphinx is massive. Let's not mess with that. It was like gargantuan or something at that point. Of course, that was the first time we actually saw the Sphinx, obviously. So we decided to bail on that, and then we went to some massive telescope. I think that was basically what we did. We went to a massive telescope, and Artemisia looked through it. Saw Mitros, went through it again. Saw Mitros, different, a little bit grander. And then we kept seeing different types of Mitroses until eventually, I believe it was Demos who looked through the telescope and saw something so unnatural and alien that he gained. I am presuming the drinking problem was an indefinite madness, because we've experienced those in Out of the Abyss before. So then we decided, well, that was cool. I guess that will do for today. Headed back to the ship, upon which Demos discovered that his skin was turning green. Then asked Artemisia, and his skin sort of feels a bit similar to Artemisia's, which is concerning because Artemisia is a Medusa. So we decided to bump up the schedule to go to Mitros to be straight away instead of later.
Yeah, seriously need some exfoliating over there.
Yeah, just like a nice deep scrub or something. I'm sure it'll come off. And that's basically where we left it, heading to Mitros.
That is indeed the case. No day has passed since you found absolutely nothing on the ocean. The sailors are very disappointed that for once the Antikyra apparently led you to who knows where. It's the middle of the ocean. Everyone is very confused.
Neptune's Point. Who's Neptune?
And yeah, you can travel towards Mitros. Which means I'm going to need from you, my favorite thing, a d20 as you travel.
I don't want to be responsible for this one.
I could blow a portent on this.
Nah, I'll do it.
20.
Let's get rolling.
Get rolling, Amy. Let's do this.
19.
All right,
Oh,
give me
that
a
was close.
d100.
A D100?
D100.
So, Sheep, do we even have a vague notion of what
19.
happened?
Wow,
Oh,
what the
dang.
fuck?
dang.
You remember things exactly as you remember them.
Okay.
Yeah,
so
we saw a big Sphinx and
all the timelines.
massive.
Oh, we're just floating in the ocean.
Yeah,
I mean, I like the aura around that cannon. That's a nice touch.
Yeah,
Oh
thank
wait, there's more
Where do we want
memes.
to? Where do we want to
More
set this cannon?
spoilers. On the bow.
Yeah, regarding your memory, imagine basically that your characters know exactly what you as players have seen. Like,
Okay.
the things in between, they weren't hand waved, they didn't happen. Period.
Mhm.
Like, no travel, no walking around, just you being in places.
Interesting.
Right.
19. Well, as it turns out, during the stormy travels through the Forgotten Sea, you're joined by familiar companions as a large pod of dolphins decide that this is a great place, a great time to visit again.
Aw, those guys are rad.
They'll follow along for a while, but eventually head off to do their own thing again. During this day of travel, let's see, where's my notes? Oh, there. Hezabel will come out from the bottom of the boat, sort of hesitantly looking up the stairs, like over the deck, seeing the waves and frowning a bit at the sky ahead and overhead and all that. It's not a great fan of that. And she will approach Darius.
Oh.
Sort of hesitantly.
Mm-hmm.
She says, "So our next destination is Mitros. It's probably changed a lot since I last saw it, didn't it?"
You have no idea. It's far from the small traveler's hamlet that we established.
Even back then, it seemed already very large. So many people. Well, I just figured I'm not exactly keen on fighting these days. Nor am I keen about boats or waters or oceans. Or I do like seeing new things, but I would like to request that once we get to Mitros, I'll stay there. Perhaps travel around Phylea in general. I don't want to seem like I'm cowardly running away from the conflict, but that is exactly what I'm trying to do.
Darius looks up at Hezabel. He sees a little bit of shock and a bit of sadness in his eyes there at the question, and says, "Hezabel, I'm not going to lie. We absolutely would benefit from your knowledge of the Nether Sea and your guidance, but you are a free creature. You do not have to ask me to travel wherever you want. If this is not your fight anymore, this is not your fight anymore. And that's okay. We saved your life so that you could live it, not so that you could serve us.
Then I suppose it's decided. I can draw you a map of the Nether Sea. That might help.
I would be extremely grateful for it, but it's your decision.
She'll nod and then disappear down below again.
Okay. He'll offer. Darius has been kind of trying to get better at drawing lately. Been doing a lot of sketching. He's been trying to sketch out like what he sees in his head of Chandras's lockbox, and there's been a few other occasions I noticed that he's been drawing. So he'll offer to help if she wants to describe stuff, and we can like try and make the map together.
Yeah, she would totally accept that help.
Great. Then I guess I spend the day with Hezebel.
Yeah. Turns out Jezebel has not held a pen in about 500 years.
Yeah, that seems about right. Yeah, cool.
I forget how to spell things after like 2 weeks. How does she remember how to spell things after 500 years? Like,
Yeah. We're just sketching out like visible landmarks, notable location, then like a top-down map kind of thing.
mm-hmm.
Cool. He would like to cast Ascending, but he'll do it at the end of the day if there's other stuff going on.
All right. Do any of you others want to do anything, or do we just skip ahead to the next day?
I guess I watched dolphins.
Watch
Yeah,
dolphins.
James is vaguely bored. He's a little agitated. Time is progressing, and soon it's time for him to have his weapon and claim his destiny. And now we're doing this another trip to Mitros. He feels like he was just here. And, it's always nice to come back, but given what he recently saw, he doesn't. He feels like, in a way, if he looks at Mitros, it's going to break. But of course, that's crazy. Nothing could ever destroy the greatest city of humankind. Right?
Mhm.
All right. Give me another d20.
Do anyone else want the honors or?
I'll do it.
Okay.
7.
I was muted. Shit.
Then, as you enter once again the calm seas of the Cerulean Gulf, nothing really happens. As you approach Mitros, you do see
Oh.
a few vessels just floating about. They are most definitely some of the warships that Mitros has. Most likely like forward scouts or something. They of course give you like a I don't know how boats actually signal each other. Probably like raise the flag of greeting as you pass by.
Yeah.
But don't change their course. Although you do see that above each of the two boats you encounter, a large copper dragon sort of does its rounds.
What's that?
Interesting.
What's that?
Is that one of Acastus's dragons?
Most definitely. All right. The sending to Queen Honora does get a response.
Okay.
Most of which is confusion about this magical intrusion. But the rest of it is basically just understood.
Cool.
Versley does not respond.
That's fine.
In fact, you're not entirely sure whether you reached her in the first place.
It's okay.
Dude, you're blocked.
Yeah, that's fine.
It's like
Why is there two Dionysus?
That is true. I copied your token from the other map, just put them here because I didn't know which one you wanted to keep.
Relics of the time.
Oh, that's
Time.
Of the before times.
Of the before times and the
There
after
is the
times.
ones in the night. Now there's two of
Before
them.
time lost all meaning.
Problem we all face.
I mean, these days you never know, right? Maybe would split
Uh.
into two, identical.
Honestly, at this point, nothing would surprise me. Let's be real.
I don't know about that.
You're turning into a Medusa. That is. I never think that would happen.
I
At
mean,
least that's my
some
wild
kind of.
guess.
There are more
Mother of monsters.
Scheming.
It makes sense.
monsters.
Yeah.
Yeah, like there's a whole range of options. Apparently, it's magic resistant. So
If that
I
was
don't
the
know.
case,
That's-
then there would be no argument that Medusas are, by definition, monsters. Right?
Whoa.
I mean, the
Monsters
the
made by
world,
Typhon, perhaps.
the world is saying it.
Shots
I'm
fired.
not saying it. Just
Hmm.
putting it out there. If that's the case, then there's a statement there.
You calling me
Mhm.
a monster? You.
You called you a monster.
Just
Now,
point it
now,
out.
children.
Maybe I am a monster. Maybe this is what everything has brought me to.
Approaching Mitros' Harbour, it's the usual sight. Quite a lot of people gathering. This time apparently quicker than before. Presumably the scouts that spotted you relayed the message, and word gets around. People love to gawk at the chosen heroes who are going to fix all their problems.
Don't they? We'll never know.
Although there's one particularly noteworthy sight, in that at the dedicated dock for the Ultras, a radiant figure waits, easily spottable from a distance. Velis, flanked by her, what would be the word? Her assistant Makaira, already waiting next to the dock, no longer playing that indirect game of messages and intermediaries. No, she is absolutely there, and has been waiting for a little bit, as it seems.
Damn.
She's done playing politics.
This amulet must be important.
Hmm.
The sight certainly makes the sailors on the Ultras a bit worried. They are quite sure that is never a good sign if someone important waits for you. But
You know what? These sailors are reasonable. I feel like, why are they even with us? Poor people.
yeah.
They're very
Well,
brave.
Valis
Yeah.
asked them to join us. That's the problem.
There's a bit of an atmosphere. The sailors on the Ultras are definitely the bravest of the brave.
Oh yeah.
Sailing into uncharted waters against dangers that are far above their pay grade without getting paid in the first place.
But their reference letter is going to be incredible.
Yeah, if they survive.
Those those who survive they're gonna be set for life. This is the best internship you can get.
If anything, the ominous side of Valis at the dock is one of the few things in recent times that really makes them worried.
Sailor 231 was brave.
Yeah.
He stood by
only
me
lost-
personally. My relationship with Sailor 231 is excellent.
Sailor
They're
232 is a dick, though.
They're just
Yeah.
all called John. Just all of
All
them.
John.
It's just like,
It's like
They're all the
we
time
assign the
go.
numbers here to reduce their personality and make them all same.
Yeah.
Anyway, yeah, Demas will see Valis and he'll be like, all right, no, something's going on. Does Pythor seem worried? So I see.
Pythor, he's awake. He's a bit hard to read these days. He's not exactly happy about it. In fact, you know what? If he sees Demos looking at him, he'll come over.
Actually, you know what? How would, like, now that I think about it, how would Pythor feel about just if we took a barrel during the travel? It's 2 days, right? We just got
Yeah.
like a barrel of wine, and not even like cups, but like filthy buckets, and just sort of set about emptying it before we had to it had to be refilled in Mitros. So someone has to just
Someone has to take that hit for the.
take care of those barrels,
We
right?
got-
And that's a
Dennis, we have the Horn of Balmitra. No.
you know. So Demas would invite, at this point maybe he's been sitting with his leg over one of the arm chairs of the like navigation one and sort of been just drinking.
Mm.
And I'm looking at it and say, things aren't so bad. It's all done soon. Let's celebrate. Let's celebrate the approaching victory. It's good for morale. Everyone should have a pint. We'll refill the stores when we get to Mitros. If any barrels are not empty when we get there, that brings shame upon us.
Pythor, of course, agrees to have a drink. Like, why wouldn't he? But he does cast a bit of a fatherly, worried glance towards Demos as he'll like take him aside, like basically touch him by the shoulder, and then gently nudge him towards a more private area, which of course means that Demos has no physical choice but to follow. As he'll say, son, don't you think it's a bit too early to celebrate? I mean, you've done great things, absolutely, but celebration comes after the work.
He just looks at him for like 20 seconds in the eyes, and then he spews a little bit of thin winey puke over himself. Oh, ooh, right. Oh, what a taste. I need another drink, I think. Father, I've been far too uptight. If anything you've shown me, it's that. I mean, I feel your hand on my shoulder. You're plenty strong. There's no reason why I wouldn't be. I'm sure it's okay to relax a bit, right? Like back when we met in what's it even called? The cities up north, it's all the same. Just I don't think I've drunk like this since I was a teenager. Look at his hands. Smelling bad, obviously. But somehow being dashing at the same time. Just I've been getting spots, Father. I think it's just the wine, right? I must have washed it away.
I'm sure that whatever you might have caught out there, Valis can just fix. It's no big deal.
Oh, I mean, there's nothing to fix. I feel fine. Ooh, I need another drink though, otherwise this is gonna catch up with me. You know how it is. You got to keep it going.
I suppose the best cure for a hangover is a drink. It's true.
Yeah. And we haven't really had time to just sit down and enjoy company every now and then, right? You've been imbibing less, I think I've noticed.
I didn't want to empty all the barrels before the sailors got to them.
They're gonna be refilled anyway. And really, I mean, it's irresponsible for you to let me empty them all by myself.
That is true.
Mm. Maybe we see. Maybe there's a bottom to the Horn of Balmitra after all.
Yeah, I was wanting to talk about that. I mean, the horn is obviously doing what it does by its own volition, but don't you think it's just the tiniest bit disrespectful for what it used to be?
Looks at him, a red, bloated face. And say, mm, oh. And then he nods to himself as if that sort of answered any question. It's far too much gloom here. It's like Darius, always concerned about other people's business, as if I can't know my own limits. Swaying slightly. But just because I see it's just a potential future, right? The goat can't possibly know what's going to happen. My father, you're a god. You goats can't know the future, right?
It's true. I have a hard time. Well, I mean, I think that there's proof that this is all silly nonsense by that goat right here on this boat, you know?
Yeah, the boat wouldn't be here if the sea like squints.
Well, I don't mean the boat itself, but you see, the prophecy spoke of 4 chosen heroes, right? But there's 5, obviously. I mean, you've seen her here. She's definitely one of them. And that already invalidates the whole thought of prophecies always being correct, right?
Yeah, just looks at Python for a moment and just nods. I think this is not true. Mitros is fine. This Valis is not going to go anywhere, is it?
I mean,
Let's go drink.
sure. You know, you're gonna have to talk to Valos, but you know, I'll tell you a secret.
It's fine.
I'll tell you a secret. You can talk to her even while drunk, because she can just make the drunk go away. It's good.
No, that would not be good.
Oh, she'll do it. You can't stop her.
Guess that's like a cat touching water at the thought. Ah. Oh. Oh. Oh, it's like a cast is all over again. Oof.
Right, don't forget to get some sleep at some point.
I'll sleep when the Titans are dead. Right now we celebrate. That's what we'll do. Probably park the boat pretty badly. Because Demas is not used. He's a pretty respectable drinker usually because he thinks that excess is the power of Lutheria, and he never liked that because he knew from childhood that he would fight her. But I guess now he doesn't have that limitation, and so this man is really not really used to drinking much. He just goes without limit. So it's probably very embarrassing just to watch. It's not pretty. Maybe Python might even recognize some of himself in his son at this point. A little bit of the same strain coming out. He'll just at some point, while in the stupor, ask Python if he's ever been to Typhon. Well, it probably comes off like, you've been Typhon. Yeah.
Who are you asking?
Python.
He shakes his head and says, no, I've briefly heard of the place. I think Valis has talked about it. At least something that sounded very much like it now in retrospect. But I didn't pay much attention.
No, it's so good. Respect.
Truth be told, I never expected to travel the seas in the first place. Enough problems on Valia's mainland itself, you know. Plenty for even the lifetime of a god. Such a thing exists.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Eventually, Demas will fall asleep in the seat.
A concerned-looking Pythor will not join the rest of the sailors who have taken Demos's command to empty all the barrels without hesitation.
The best thing is that Ayad is also currently not feeling good. So meanwhile, there's just like just somber music coming from the fucking Cronus of like a weird language of just like
ship full of sad drunks.
yeah, it's full of sad sorrow. Just like yeah, it's not a happy party if they stay up here.
This is what we have to do, Artemisia. We just have to get them help.
We just need to find them a therapist.
This is how we get them there without protest.
We try our best for them.
Oh yeah.
We try.
I think we're just off in the corner trying to raise our dragons in a somewhat wholesome environment on this boat of drunk, depressed people.
You're totally right. I'm just
I mean,
happy.
those two things go great hand in hand. Like sort of. So
I'm just happy that our Vandar so far is turning out great. He's studious and cheerful. Wonderful.
Mhm.
Wonderful.
He's a good boy.
Very good boy.
Mhm.
Clearly
you know
best
who
boy.
also used to be a good boy? Demos.
Demos is drunk boy, so
Hey, you know what? We're not going to judge any of us by our worst day, okay? None of
No.
us are our worst day. He's
it's been
allowed
2 days.
Yeah, he can have this.
Yeah, first day's free. 2 days though, fuck.
Dude.
It's starting to get
Done.
out of control. 3, no more wine.
God
Well,
damn it.
you're right. There is no more
Yeah.
wine on the third day.
Boat's veering off to the left again.
All right, that's it. Let's go find them right now.
Artemisia is then like, if you can point to the right
Oh, turn
constellation.
this boat around.
Dareth Axel jumps up on the wheel and puts just enough weight on the little stick to sink it back down to where it needs to go.
I think we can safely cut back to Mitch.
Yes.
And I guess at this point, Demas is sitting in the chair, sort of halfway across it, just drinking from a wineskin he found because the barrels are empty. But there's still this, and that's good because he gave some money to the sailor who gave it to him. He doesn't remember who, but someone found it somewhere, and it's gonna just take this to get rid of that headache that is threatening him. He's very dehydrated. So he's going to let the others just engage with talk about their talismans and whatnot.
Halldamir, have you tracked the 2 days that have passed?
I sure have.
Okay, cool. Just want to make sure we're not doubling up on those.
Okay.
Or leaving them behind. Cool. Yeah, I think we just, let everyone, same deal as last time. Like they can have some time to go, like say hi to their families and whatnot. Go meet Valis on the dock.
I'll take a bath somewhere.
Nope, Demos, you gotta come with us.
It's all right. I'll stay with the boat. I should really talk to the captain.
Valis wants to
choice
talk
words,
with
I
you
think,
as well.
yeah.
I try to
That'd be fitting
veer
to say.
Demos back to the dock. I can't overpower him, so
As a, right
Just,
after this interaction, Arya like climbs down from the crow's nest and she's like, since I don't really know Valis or the situation here, maybe I should stay on the boat. You all know them, and well, quite frankly, I'm not really comfortable here.
Well, perhaps we can invite her on the boat and just all have a chat here.
Yes, I would like that, if it is possible.
Okay.
That's,
I cast message to Valis, being like, I'm having difficulty getting them off the boat. Can you come to us?
What his red-rimmed eyes glance over the city of Mitros, and he sort of lets out like a snort almost, and then like just stumbles to the edge and like froze up in this beam. Oh, slumping back and shit against his head. Darius, it's not. I'm feeling a bit sick.
Oh,
Perhaps
that's great.
I don't. She looks at the city. Says, "Is this? Oh." Sits down, tries to breathe heavily. It's
I
not
start
feeling
patting him on the back. I'm like, you've been a little active lately. It's understandable. Just breathe. You'll
We
be
have
all
an-
right, son.
Do we have an antidote, like a anti-poison?
I don't think you do.
I don't think we
No.
do.
No. I'm working on that.
Yeah, I mean,
Despite Darius's message and whatever looks you might have been throwing down towards Valis at the docks,
Mhm.
she stands there like a scowling statue.
Okay. I'm like, all right, Demos, after a little bit, after like a minute, I'm like, we can't keep a queen and a god waiting, can we now?
looks like this.
Come on, up you
Kira's
go.
back.
Hmm?
It's Kira.
No, not yet, but we will get her back.
Uh,
All right, come on, up you go. I try to like lift
old friends, we've been
Demos's
through so much.
giant arm over my shoulder and just like truly
like a dude
heave.
wearing massive dude wearing full plate.
I know. Like I can't do anything,
All
but
his
it's
dragon
more to
scale
encourage
armor now stained.
him to like, come on.
Ah, Darius is gonna smell as well.
Oh,
Yeah,
no,
come on,
just-
Dumas.
just put it on. I need something to drink. Like
Here,
I'm so dry mouthed.
I take out like a water flask or something.
He does that Frodo drink where he spills most of it over himself.
Yeah, just like starts running down his dragon scale
Oh.
armor.
He like wipes his face with whatever muck he has on his hand.
Yeah.
Oh,
Oh,
Darius,
come
it's been rough. Been rough seas out there. Think of you.
oh, yeah, no, it has. It has. Let's
Gotta
clean
get
you
that
up a little bit. I cast thaumaturgy to like clean him up a little bit. Or prestidigitation, whatever it's called. There we go. Look at you. Handsome young man you are.
Yeah.
Come on. Champion of Mitros. Can't keep the queen waiting. Come on, let's go. I
Yeah.
can't lift you myself.
Champion of Mitros, he said, breathe out. Oh, okay.
That's right.
Like,
City
ease
needs you,
himself up
Dennis.
more. Oh,
Let's go. Yeah.
it's like cracked. It's just like grabs one of his bracers and like puts it on there.
Yeah.
Just stitches, gets it on wrong, but like stumbles down, sort of in a slow half walk to follow Darius.
I almost
Mumbling
fall
to himself.
off the like the bridge dock thing off the boat trying to help you off.
He sort of just looks around. If any people are watching, he just sort of waves at them like, it's people of Mitros, it's good to see you. Our return will be of sailing.
And there's some hesitant cheer and confused cheers.
I cast message up to Ariad saying, Valis isn't biting. I think we have to go to her. I know you're not comfortable, but you are one of us. It might be important to hear what she has to say. Your choice.
Well, Ariad will awkwardly climb down from the crow's nest then, and go with the others.
Hmm.
Though clearly keeping sort of behind and
Mhm.
looking around, basically like she is in hostile territory.
I also
Which
give
in
like
my
a
mind she is.
yeah, that's fair. I give a nod to Hezabel as she's leaving.
She isn't leaving quite yet. There's a lot
Oh,
of
okay.
people, a lot of attention.
Alright.
You suspect she will leave eventually, but right now it's a lot of things going on.
Well, still, I give her the nod. Like, this is a bit of a closure point for Darius. Like freeing Hezabel and letting like her going and having her own life is a thing that makes him happy, and she's free. So good for her.
Yeah, as you go down the gangplank of the Ultros, Valus does take a few steps forward to well, not rushing, but it is as rushing as a queen will ever be seen walking. She will give a quick tap on Demos's forehead, who's
As he gets close, he'll bow to. Oh, well, more beautiful every time I see you.
yeah, the tap is more of a slight slap, really, as moments later, Demos' head is flooded with just intense clarity, really. Whatever mist the alcohol has graced him with, just gone in an instant. And she'll make quick eye contact with all of you, especially Arya, probably lagging behind a bit. She'll say, "We have to talk. I suggest we do that in private. We could talk here if you prefer. I can simply send the sailors away. But privacy is of utmost importance."
I'm sure you'd know better than us where to achieve that in the city. We'll defer to you.
Then the palace it is. She'll turn around, walk, basically gives you a gesture to follow without checking if you're actually doing that. Makira's glance does linger, basically, with a glance encouraging you strongly to follow without waiting too long.
Just like tightly gripping her clipboard in front of her.
There's a few soldiers providing like basically an honor guard, well equipped, probably palace guard rather than the normal Mitrosian soldiers. They should give me an insight check.
Right. Oh, where are tokens?
What do they all do it too?
No, they're on the other.
Arias. On fucking edge. the horrible place full of horrible people, slavers, and
Yeah, Darius does feel like there's a bit of unease of both the people just watching the docks at all times, as well as the soldiers providing the escort at seeing this whole thing play out. Like Demos being drunk, Valus being here personally. This rumor mill is in full swing, to say the least.
Mm-hmm. I start handing out more literature again. Just copies of what we've been up to.
Demas is in the back of the group at this point, quiet. His helmet covering his face. He's mostly looking down, by the way.
oh, need to cover my token over here.
She will lead you silent through the city of Mitros with quick steps, outrunning most of the people who, stop and look at the procession, not really understanding the context, perhaps. after a long walk into the palace courtyard, which, contrary to last time you were here with the feast and all, is actually rather quiet. A few servants just bustling about, but no visitors, as it seems. Yeah. She will lead you straight into the throne room. Where she dismisses both the guards as well as Makaira, who actually looks a bit surprised about that before she hurries away. Let me reveal the nice picture. There we go.
Yeah.
She'll first sit down, look at you, before looking at Demos, sighing a bit, getting off the throne again and approaching him. And she says,
Just looks away.
I believe you had a bit of a problem. Perhaps we should take a look at that first.
The voice hoarse. Clearly somewhat broken. So, multiple problems I have. I believe we're here for Artemisia. She has an amulet. It was incredibly important to have detailed before we face Letheria. Beyond that, we encountered something there. Something that just a moment. Being here, I saw the city disappear. He'll look up slightly. A couple tears falling from under his helmet. Just sort of shake his head.
Valus's visage softens a bit, the scowl disappearing. And she says, let's start at the beginning. I was told you need more scrolls of restoration because of some curse that has afflicted you.
Yes. So I don't know about that, but it doesn't matter right now. We need to get the people here to safety.
I believe it very much does matter. But to address your worries, perhaps, where exactly did you see this vision?
It's an island in time. There was a winged goat and a Sphinx. We had already been there before, but always the same time. There was a telescope, and I looked through it. It was pointed at the city, and I saw the things that will most likely happen. I saw the city collapse, destroyed by invaders, broken. Nothing left but their future children looking over the remains of what used to be us. We need to get people to safety. Even if it falls, we can survive it. But
I expect that what the Sphinx has shown you is so far in the future that it will be very difficult to affect. Even if you evacuated the city, well, you would still have the current problems to deal with. It might still be thousands of years until what you've been shown comes to pass. The Sphinxes are creatures who are not exactly in tune with how our world works. They exist alongside it. Time is a mystery to them, a mystery to the point of making them obsessed about it. And you yourself have said they say they've shown you what they think is most likely. But I would like to remind you that you, according to yourselves and according to everyone else, are chosen heroes. Heroes work in the realm of impossibility. Not of unlikeliness, which is far larger, but facing impossible odds, facing impossible enemies and situations. The things you've seen, you are among the people who, as far as the prophecy, fate itself is concerned, are best equipped to deal with it.
He goes nods. Says, yes, I will face down anything, anyone. That I'm not in doubt of, but this city's walls are defended by my parents, my friends, everyone I know stand upon it, wearing helmets and shields, and though they are great, what is coming, even with the dragons, a desperate tone in his voice. I can't be here as well. We'll be facing the Titans and Kentimane.
Timos, you certainly have a skill in derailing my carefully planned scolding with your words. Your worries are... they are grounded in reality, certainly, but I suspect that if you were to go ask your parents whether they wanted to be safe or whether they wanted to fight, they would not hesitate to tell you that whatever fight you think is only your own is everyone's.
Of course
You
they would.
simply lead them.
He just shakes his head. Of course they would. So would all the others. The bravest men are those who will fight even though they have nothing to fight. But sighs. I don't doubt their courage. I doubt the possibility of what they must do. We are here to face the impossible, but we are only 4. Will this city be safe? Alice, can you promise me that?
What I can promise you is that you 4 have a task. A task that if you manage to accomplish it, you will help everyone. That doesn't mean that you will save everyone, but you can certainly try. It's all we can do. God, immortal, mortal alike, all we can do is try.
I never thought it would threaten Mitros. We would be out there fighting the Titans, defeating whatever terrors come, but not here. Not in this place. It always seemed impossible. We have walls, we have a fleet, we have the greatest power that this land's ever known. With you, the king, the dragon knights. And yet, I used to believe that I could be out there and know that my home was safe behind me, but it's been shaken. I don't know that I can get back to the certainty.
Demos, this is not the first time that Mitros has faced falling. It's fallen before, and yet look at all of this, gestures to the palace and everything around, and palace and everything. It rose even greater from the ashes before it. There's nothing saying it couldn't do it again, and that's even if the worst comes to pass.
Mitros is the people, Darius. The people.
And did you
the
see the
ones
people, or
fighting
did you
through.
see the walls? Because there's a very different story between the structures falling and the people falling.
No, it's exactly. That's why we have to get them to safety. The city can exist, a culture can exist if we leave it travel further inland, perhaps. There must be somewhere that's safe for them while we fight.
You're not wrong that these things need to be put in place, but if Phallus is right and what we saw was thousands of years in the future, getting them out now wouldn't do anything.
You know what's coming. It's,
And
No,
we'll make
those
sure
might
that
be-
they're ready for it. But to do that, we have to make sure that there's still a city for them to live and be able to flee.
Besides, your quest is not to keep the present safe, it is to fight for a safe future. It is.
Mhm.
We cannot. I wish we could do what you suggest to keep everyone safe, to make sure no lives are lost, to make the current the paradise that we all require. But we can only fight for the future, not the now. It is, in fact, exactly what I wanted to talk to you about. The future that you are fighting for, that you have been fighting for, that you have been ever since you were picked by Versi. It was put into your hands what that future might look like. And one thing I can promise you, Demos, is that Mitros has a future. No matter what happens, it will live on. The question is how.
his iris is twitch slightly as he looks. He's shook by the clarity that's washed over him still. Let's see. The people with. I do not want to return here and see only ashes. I don't want that future to be in history and myth. It's too much to ask.
I understand. And I have a suggestion on how to avoid that fate. It is exactly what I wanted to talk to you about. This entire coming conflict with the Titans, with Sidon, with Lutheria, it has been inevitable, of course, but it was caused by people such as yourself, by people such as all of you, really, heroes in the past. Let me tell you about the Dragonlords, about what I've witnessed, what I've seen. Back then, they were founded upon simple virtues, really. Loyalty, honor, determination, justice, compassion. Those were the leading principles. They were defenders of those who couldn't defend themselves and fighters for a better world. They, too, understood that they couldn't save everyone, but they would do whatever it is, whatever they could do to fight for a better world. There were many disagreements, of course, about specifics, about situations, morals, but the virtues that drove them remained the same. Eventually, of course, they arrived in Phylea and saw the suffering of the mortals here. They were the Titans' playthings to be done with as they pleased. You know all this, I suspect. Still, those mortals had lived here for generations, survived, even been content at times, depending on how the Titans felt. But of course, the Titans' moods were fickle. And Ariad can most definitely assure you that it was not only true for the mortal races, that everything and everyone was at their mercy. I was there when the Dragonlords arrived. Not as I am here now, but I did witness their exploits. They fought against impossible odds, as you are doing now, bringing with them the virtues that their order was founded upon. As far as history tells us, they were successful. The First War was difficult, of course, but they were victorious. Phylea entered a golden age for 100 of years where everyone flourished. Of course, that is the story that Kira has written. So much more heroic, so much more good in retrospect. The Oracle's prophecy has been known to me for a long time. In fact, I was one of the first to hear it from her. I've never been a believer in the immutability of fate, nor the value of prophecies, but I would have been a fool to ignore it outright. What she has neglected to tell you is that the blackened sky, the rain of fire, the crumbled buildings she saw was not, in fact, the consequence of your failure, but part of the prophecy. I suspect she wanted to spare you the same desperation she felt. Why am I telling you this? I'm telling you this because if you fight for the now, if you do whatever you think is required to enforce upon the present the values you think it requires, you can do a lot of damage to the future. The Dragonlords back then, Adonis Nurdagon was an overconfident, narcissistic fool who ended up more interested in fame than the virtues he had sworn to protect and spread. Estor Arcalander, of course, thought that genocide was the only way to protect Phylea and its current interests, and did atrocious things while his own dragon begged him to stop. Yasnir Ventrak was a coward who disappeared before the true fight even began. And of course, Xander pursued compromises wherever he could, listening far too much to Estor's advice. He, too, did terrible things. I suspect along your journey you've discovered much of that. I suspect that the current situation would be much different if, instead of fighting for the now, they had fought for the things they had sworn to fight for loyalty, for honor, for all these things, to teach the people that I can't know exactly, of course, how the future would have turned out had those things not happened, had they been done differently. But right now, if I originally wanted to order you to come here and tell you that you should stop, that you should give up, that your actions in recent times have reminded me far too much about what the Dragonlords eventually turn into, that I will not see these patterns repeated. But I do see that you do care. You just think that the weight of the world is on your shoulders, and in a sense, truth be told, it is. But that does not mean that you should lose track of the things that really matter. It's not what you do, it's how you do it. It's why you do it. I think losing for the right reasons is preferable to winning for the wrong ones. The prophecy was interpreted that we need the Dragonlords to return. I no longer think that is necessary. In fact, I think that would be harmful. All we get is patterns that repeat themselves. Solutions producing conflicts spreading suffering. We need new Dragonlords. We need ones that are better. I need you to be better than they were.
I think
If you want to continue fighting, then do it, but do it right.
I think Artemisia will nod at especially these latest thoughts, and will say quite openly, I have no intent to follow the previous Dragonlord. we have seen the horrors that they became. And the whole point of the Dragonlords was to bring safety and to bring people that weren't meant to fight and peace, and to bring them happiness, to ensure their safety in the darkest of hours. They did not end up being that way. Anyone that wasn't human, elven, non-natives. Just look at the Gigans. I do not want to be a part of, or start a organization that would do such horrific things, and I would see that burn before it came to pass again.
Perhaps for a start, then, you could stop taking a days-old wormling into combat, teaching him murder among the very first thing in its life.
She nods.
Perhaps you could stop using the remains of one of the greatest creatures ever to have graced Phylea and use its horn to fuel your alcohol binges. Perhaps you could trust that the devised for Mitros does work, and that prisoners do not need to be executed by a group of people who are supposed to be fighting the Titans and not the people who live in Phylea. There are many more things I wanted to talk to you about, but I think you get the gist of my anger. No matter, I will promise you that when the time comes and Mitros is in danger, I will be here.
Who are you?
Among all the questions you could ask me, that must be one of the strangest ones.
You speak of events before the Five appeared, and you knew the Dragonlords well. That much is obvious from what you speak of and how you speak of them. It's become increasingly clear that the Five did not start out this way. You were not born that day.
I will not deny that we've existed before it, but I would ask you in turn, are you accusing me of deception, of ulterior motives?
I am asking you who you are.
Then I see no reason to answer. For, in fact, I cannot.
Very well.
I suspect,
Yes.
however, that in the not too far future, things will make sense.
I believe they already might.
Demas has wandered off slightly to the side where he's like, there's like a statue or something, and he's like, absent-mindedly, like looking at it, thinking about all that's being said.
Yeah, I think Aryad is like standing very still, looking like seemingly at Valis, but it's clear that her like she's somewhere else, and she's like her knuckles are all white from like clenching the dancing sword in her hand. Yeah.
The prophecy, you say. She like looked back, so his face is still like rimmed with red from the dehydrated tears, perhaps. You say the prophecies, predictions, the ashes, the burning skies were is what's going to happen if we persist.
I did not say that. I said it was part of the prophecy, but whether it will come to pass because after our talk you decide to give up, or perhaps because you decide to not change, or perhaps because you decide to change, it is part of it. You can't know. My point is, the best thing you can do is try to be the things you want this world to be. And that's it. Prophecies, fate, I will not call them nonsense, but the closest thing to them.
But if you don't believe them, then why tell us now and not before, years ago?
Because before, Kira and I never really saw eye to eye in many things. We had different approaches to hopefully teaching others to be their best selves. Hers was to, I do not want to speak with cynicism, but her way was to tell you that you are your greatest self already, to make you believe in something that you could be, rather than what you are. And part of that fantasy included the knowledge that you already are a hero. That everything will be fine if you just keep being the greatest hero, the chosen. Obviously, Kira isn't here at the moment.
Because she's fighting however she can. She's still trying. We can't do this if we've made mistakes. Maybe we made some bad choices, but if we are paralyzed with doing the wrong thing, then we'll miss the chance to do the right thing.
That's my point. Don't worry about prophecy. Don't worry about victory or winning or what is going on right now. Worry about doing the things that are right for now, for the future, for what you want Phylea to be. Do not grasp at power and questionable deals just because you think you can't succeed, because I, among all my cynicism, truly do believe that you can. And if you take anything away from our conversation, all my scolding, my concerns, and my anger, remember the fact that I do believe that you can be truly good.
Do you believe we can kill the Titans?
I believe you have the ability to do so.
Because it's something we have to do. You say that the failing is better than losing and compromising. How can you say that? We fail them, not just this city, but all of our cities. Everything we've built, all the lives of the future will suffer. If I would not sacrifice my own whatever, really, for that, then what kind of hero would I be?
If Estor Arcalander had not decided that it is required to make sure the Titans can never fight again, we would not have this conflict right now.
How can you know?
I can't. I suppose you have a point.
But we know that he had the opportunity and he didn't take it.
Good greedy. And he has not been able to help, even with his deal. who's tricked. We won't be. We know better. We know they have to die.
Do you
Better
know
to
better,
destroy.
Demos?
So it looks up, slightly angered at this point. You've said it yourself. It's not for gods to judge anymore. It's for heroes. If you knew what to do, you wouldn't ask us. You wouldn't need us. Isn't that what you said?
It's true.
And if I come to you for guidance or advice in the past, that was the one lesson I was given. Well, I've finally taken it to heart. Now you say that it isn't good enough. Perhaps I'm not the hero you thought we were. But what I do know is that we cannot fail. If it is possible to fail, and I'm beginning to think that our destinies are not as iron cast as perhaps it would be good if they were, then we have to do whatever is in our power to destroy the Titans and whatever else threatens this land.
Do you think that's what Typho would want?
He sort of looks up at her like, how dare you?
If you... My words definitely suggest that I don't know everything, because I do not. I may be a god, I may know a lot of things. I may even be the goddess of wisdom, but these are extraordinary times, and you are extraordinary people. Obviously, you see the blemishes, the imperfections. But perhaps rather than doing what I want you to do what Python knows you can do. Do what... Be who Kira thinks you are.
Actually sort of shakes his head slightly and looks down at that. She's not here anymore, is she? I used to try, and sometimes I would disappoint. I still remember it. The finding of the centaur. But since then I've pushed on harder, worked more. We're so close now. Done so much that seemed impossible. He sighs out. Because he honestly does not want to disappoint Kira. Yeah. Maybe that's good advice. If only we could know her mind.
Darius looks in true shock and stunned surprise at Valsa's words and takes like a minute to react. And then is like, that's crazy. Of all of us, Demos is the one that is who Kira would want us to be. He's not just a champion and a warrior. He truly does fight for the good of everyone and try to do it the right way, the honorable way, the way that a fated hero should.
This was Darius. Stop.
No, for all our differences, Demos, that can't be denied. And I won't hear it. I won't hear that said against you.
You think I don't have doubts, Darius?
Of course you do. You're human. You're human. Everyone has doubts. You make mistakes. Sure, but you have the most pure heart of anyone here.
Hero doesn't make mistakes, Darius. The hero does right because they are heroic.
A hero is a hero because they make mistakes, Demos. The heroic thing is how they deal with those mistakes.
He looks
Not
up
the
to
fact that they
Gareth
don't make any.
with a face that says, "And now you're taking his side." Uh,
I don't.
I'm not sure I know what you all want out of this. Valis, I feel as if we're getting a lot of conflicting messages here. Are we heroes? Should we continue? Should we not? I'll tell you one thing from all of this. I'm not going to stop. Because if I stop, everyone I know, everyone I care about, and more importantly, perhaps, everyone I don't know and don't care about is going to die. Or worse, I've seen what Lutheria does to her servants, what she did to her own sibling. For a cart, maimed, blinded. I cannot let such beings have an influence upon this world. It is simply unacceptable. And if that is what ultimately curses this world, dooms it to ashes, sort of Luke's maybe a little bit manic even, then I don't think I have a choice but to be that catalyst. When we left Mitros, the philosophers of the temple came. They told us of the nature of good and evil. They told me that, and this, both of you are not maybe entirely true, that there are things that are ultimate evil and ultimately good. I believe strongly that the Titans are evil. I used to believe that I was good. Perhaps I am not. Perhaps there exists a gray zone. But I know at least that they are evil. That is simple. That I can work with. You wish to tell me to stop? That I should let them have their way with the world? That I suppose I've done here.
No, Demos, that is not what I'm asking you to do. Your words, they are encouraging. To face obstacles despite knowing that failure is an option that is a heroic thought. Perhaps I misled myself with my own anger at your recent actions. Perhaps the things I do are not exactly obvious to you. Perhaps you don't understand, for example, the consequences of killing Chandris on the island of the Exiles. You've caused me much grief with... I can't blame you. You're right, Darius. You're allowed to make mistakes. Your heart is
A
true.
monster.
The one thing that I cannot teach you, that I would love to be able to teach you, but I simply cannot, is perhaps what you're missing the most, what you could use the most right now. I wouldn't want to talk too much about it, but Demos, perhaps you are the champion of Mitros. People call you that for good reason. But perhaps it may be time to try to not only be the hero of the city, but the champion of the city, but the champion of its namesake too. To follow the path of not only heroic deeds, but compassion too. Chandris, I wouldn't call him a monster. I tolerated him on the King's Council because I knew he would not be able to do much damage. Same with Commander Gaius. Sometimes, perhaps you should consider trusting my judgment. In the end, he became a tool that Lutherius used to once again destabilize Mitros. The Island of the Exiles was a political tool, one to keep the influential I would almost call it criminal underground in check by having a way to remove them from the city that they couldn't argue in any way was unfair. It allowed me to, well, shield the city from their influence. Now I have every single inhabitant of that island sending representatives saying that they no longer feel safe out there, that they deserve house arrest, that they deserve some other punishment that I simply cannot offer. And in the end, the most likely outcome is that they will once again be able to influence Mitros.
I do not regret ending Chandras.
I understand that much.
He put Edora, I believe, into a sleep that she has yet to awaken from.
That was
only
not
that,
his doing. He may have been the conduit, but he didn't do so knowingly.
And how do you know?
She raises an eyebrow. I may have admitted that I sometimes make mistakes, but I am still the goddess of wisdom, Harriet.
Yes, and isn't it convenient when you have all the answers to blame us for making decisions based on knowledge we didn't have?
I suspect you have a point.
I do not believe that it was only us who coerced there to be people on the exiles island feeling unsafe before we came, after all. They were all caught in cages, held as captives by Moxina's elves, whatever they were.
You're correct. Perhaps the thing I'm angry about is not the fact that what has happened, but rather that I was involved in it. Indirectly, of course, through my association with you. I would like to never make mistakes, never be seen in a light that I don't want to be seen in, but I suppose the reality of it is that sometimes that's inevitable. Demos, I'm afraid that diagnosing your patches is not very difficult. I fear, however, that it will, even with my power, take a bit of time to fix, such that you can continue your fight.
It will not bother me much. Certainly not compared to the lack of worm of fear I now feel for my friends and family of this city. If I had to choose one thing to have removed, the uncertainty will be it.
Well, that fortunately is easy. Uncertainty is removed by the future. She smiles slightly. However, I do think that your condition should be taken care of, otherwise you will go mad and murder your friends.
You should
So
have
let's
known
not
this.
have that happen.
I would never.
You would, trust me.
Oh my god.
Credulous of her. What is
How
it
much time?
exactly?
I believe it is a version of the Curse of the Medusa. You encountered the source of much of that magic. It is how the Titans and the gods learned of those curses in the first place. Some influence of an elder Titan, a thing that you need not worry about.
How would something have laid such a thing upon me? I have betrayed no oath.
No. It simply takes consent. Something is given, something is taken. In this case, well, nothing was taken from you, but rather another thing that you didn't want given instead. Give and take, such is the nature of oaths, too.
Francis too. That's what we see. Yeah. She said slightly. I suppose. She looks to bells again. Is Mitros, the goddess, still? Can you talk to her?
She is distant, but she is most definitely present.
I talk to her.
With some effort.
Will me trying to do so get in the way of whatever you're going to do about the gestures to the spots?
I think it would actually be very good. It's going to take me at least 3 days. I would suggest that all of you take those 3 days to take a break.
Sigh slightly.
This is the absolute worst place.
Like
That's a
Artemisia
contrast.
and Ariad are like, great. A place that hates us and we hate. Beautiful holiday destination here. Like, great.
Nightmare City.
Like, the worst place for them to be, and they're like, oh yeah, we'll take a break here.
Yes,
Yeah.
as soon as that's it, like Ariad's just already sort of frowning, angry. Her face just instead shifts into like a stone face.
We can go back to that Mitrosian takeout place.
Oh, wonderful.
We had a good time there.
Mitros once fought Sidon and Lutheria to save this place. He looks at Vallis.
Could you repeat that? I didn't quite catch it.
Mitros once fought Sidon and Lutheria to save this city.
I still didn't quite catch it. Sorry.
Mitros once fought both Sidon and Lutheria to save this city.
Oh, once. Yes. That she did. Not alone, of course. She, too, thought that it had to be her, could only be her. But in the end, now that you mention it, you might have very similar thoughts at this very moment. In the end, however, she did not strike the final blow. Instead, what she did was enable everyone else to fight better.
What would you do if you were in her place?
Probably the same thing she had done back then.
He just looks at her eyes. Can I do an inside roll here?
Oh yeah.
He wants to see what she's actually thinking. He usually doesn't do these, but 13.
13, I think. I mean, you don't get the exact interpretation, perhaps. But it is quite clear that even for a goddess, she is borderline in awe with what Mitros must be.
Out of character, I do feel like the five are like lesser gods, if that makes sense. Like I sometimes I feel like they're just not on a level of like a god.
Yeah,
Sorry, can you
Mitros
repeat
would be called a greater god.
Yeah,
Like
so
the five aren't necessarily lesser gods, but generally the true gods, as you know them from the 5e in general, they would be considered greater gods.
yeah, okay. So in this case, because I've been feeling like this like the entire campaign is that the four gods we know seem to be not anywhere near the same power level as, like, I guess Mitros was, that she did so much in a single moment, really.
She didn't used to be.
Yeah, she was one of them, but then ascended subsequently.
Mm-hmm.
So she gave up her like material presence in order for a more umbrella effect.
Yeah. Just want to say, then, what else do you think? If I go to face my destiny, if such a thing exists, to face the Titans, will you be able to defend this city in my place? Or should I do as you suggest what is right and stay here? Protect it.
I have lost much of my power, as is the consequence of the Oath of Peace expiring. I think, however, if there's any one creature, person, god on Phylea that is able to do anything significant in defending Mitros, it is I. And the four of you, of course, I suppose. Ideally, perhaps I don't know, Demos. I think I would like you here when the day comes. But I wouldn't want you to stop you to try to prevent it from happening in the first place. I just don't think it is possible to stop completely. And I'm not talking about prophecy, I'm talking about common sense.
Well, we already know that Sidon's fleet is due to arrive on the day the Oath of Peace expires, but if we can stop him from arriving with it, that would surely save Mitros to some degree, at least. Same with Etheria. All he had to fight was Geigens, I suppose. That would be a different story.
We'll be here when the time comes.
Of course. But for the Titans themselves, if we can have a battleground that isn't your home city.
We'll deal with them beforehand.
He nods.
If that's how it has to be, then that's how it has to be.
And
Ideally,
then we'll come back to receive their forces.
we will have restored Pythor to his full power.
Well, if we're here for a few days, then that'll likely be our next destination.
So
Your weapon will be ready by then.
I should. He just like sort of at this point he's tired at this point. He's had a lot of emotions. And he's beginning to feel the layer of grime that's covering him. I need to get cleaned up. Then perhaps I will go and see to the Temple of Mitros. Most slightly to himself. Yeah. Yeah, I think I shall do that.
He nods. I'll come with you, I think. It has been some time since I talked to Mitros. I've been doing more politicking than other things for many years at this point. It's quite exhausting.
He just nods tired and looks around because he's really not sure where to go to get a bath. And he would not want to go to the temple while being just.
Just go jump in the dock.
He's been doing a lot of that lately. Fellas, before you leave, I did request an audience with some experts in transmutative properties. Were you able to arrange such a thing? If not, I can head to the academy myself.
I suspect I know your intentions, but I do not think this is the right time.
I have 3 days to stay here, and
You may
Having-
talk to people, but I cannot assure you that whoever you talk to is not involved with Acastus.
very well.
In fact, the people who might know the most will most definitely be.
Agreed. Having a project to work on will help me relax. Sitting around doing nothing will only agitate me more. So if that's what you wish of us, I will spend the time doing that.
If you
So-
need to keep yourself busy, then by all means go ahead and investigate. I, however, would be wary about relying on anyone in particular.
Being able to read minds will certainly help not trusting the wrong people.
I would also suggest that you, in general, respect people's mind privacy.
What a sentence.
Well, since the last time I did it, identified Demos's problems and let me message you in the first place, starting all of this.
Slippery slope.
You have a point. It is a tight rope that we walk along.
No, I've been in similar situations. Mitros could, at this very moment, be a much grander, much nicer, much more proper city if I, a few hundred years ago, had in fact simply decided to ignore this whole democracy thing. But I do think that doing the right thing and doing the good thing aren't exactly always the same.
I agree.
Valis, is there a way other than prayer to contact this other deity?
To contact Mitros, I don't think so. If you need guidance, you pray. That is how that works.
I've never prayed. I'm not sure I'm ready to start.
If you have a specific question, I suppose I can help you answer it. What is it that bothers you?
I was told that she was the one who made sure that I didn't disappear. The rest of my people. Is that true?
I suppose we can ask her together.
Do you think that there is a possibility of freeing the souls and it being a good thing?
As far as I understand what happened, I think in that one case, doing the right thing and doing the good thing are the same.
I don't know what that means. Well, I guess I will go with the temple. See if I can learn anything, or at least well, I'll admit I have not ever felt the need to thank her for saving just me and not anyone other. I suppose I will have a think about it there. Maybe I can find some kind of peace with it.
Right. Is there anything else?
Yes. How far along are you in making sure that the Minotaurs are not slaves here?
She grimaces a bit. Lets out a sigh. Mitros, as in the city, is a city of compromise. Many of which are, in fact, quite terrible compromises. It's going to take some time.
You considered following the system, but simply paying the price and then setting them free, or giving them employ in at least your own estate so that you can make sure they're treated well.
Set an example for the rest of the city.
Rest assured that I've considered all of those things. But Mitros has always been a melting pot of different factions, different beliefs, even followers of the Titans are citizens of Mitros, are mortals, are humans. Keeping all of them reasonably content has been a headache, to say the least. However, of course, if the Titans were to be defeated, then that would no longer be necessary.
Well, if there's anything I can do to help any process like that along while I am. She doesn't want to say. She looks like to Demos, but then she's like, "While we are here, do let me know. I don't care much for this chosen hero business, but I suppose there could be a use of it."
I do believe last time you were offering to help with Mitros's issues, you suggested regicide, which isn't exactly what the city needs right now. I think the best thing for you to do right now would be to think about your quest, make plans. You can defeat the Titans, I truly believe that, but that doesn't mean that you are guaranteed to defeat the Titans. Your destiny might be that which comes true in the end, but if it does, only through your work, your determination, your values. Not because some hag or some sphinx said that would be how it is.
Raises an
lifts
eyebrow
an
at the word
eyebrow.
hag.
Yeah, exactly. She's like, "You don't talk to a woman like that."
Yeah, I know, but I know that's my ex, but like, have some respect, Jesus. Hmm.
Do you know where
Ye-
Bercy is?
I do know where she is.
Is she safe?
She is safe. She is
Alright.
still fighting for the fate of mortal kind on Philea. It is just that
Good.
recent actions have made her
Mhm.
change her approach.
I think the fact that the Erinyes came after us is plenty proof enough that we need that she's okay. She can handle herself.
Would you like to know where she is, or would you rather?
No, she can tell me herself if that's what she wishes. I made my choices and she's free to make hers. I would not ask you to take that away from her.
Shame not. Probably quite pleased with the answer.
I merely wanted to know that you are safe.
Mhm.
As safe as can be.
The other thing we do have to talk about is these creatures, these ants I messaged you about. They appear to evolve incredibly quickly and have expansionist aspirations.
Yes, that was certainly a worrisome message. I meant to talk about restraint and not poking into places that were obviously kept safe and secret by Elder Titans, but I don't think there's much value in a speech like that anymore. For now, I'm not sure how to deal with them. I would say that as long as they don't orient themselves to fight alongside the Titans, which seems hopefully unlikely, we can't afford to focus on them yet. Of course, that does not mean we should ignore the potential threat.
Well, I'm no general or god of battle, but perhaps this could be an excuse to keep the front lines ready.
Oh, we need no excuse to keep our soldiers ready.
Hmm. Very well. I suppose we'll let you visit to the temple.
Oh
then.
god.
Ah!
House is on fire.
Fire! Titans have arrived early.
Action stations! Action
Red alert.
stations! Mwah, brah, brah.
Auxiliary power to forward deflectors.
Yes.
Incoming Titans.
As I understand it, that's a Star Trek reference. Is
I
that...
think so.
Pro-
Battlestar Galactica.
Oh,
It's-
damn
It's every
Well-
spaceship ever.
Everything space wise,
And
yeah.
toaster.
it! Yeah, see that? The Manaka didn't know.
But you know what? I know Battlestar Galactica. I know. I can't remember any names.
Yes.
There we go.
The shifty guy who wants to be president.
You're gonna have to get more specific.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's like everyone ever. Anyway. There are more questions to throw at Valis.
My question is for sheep. Do we actually have? Are we doing a downtime? It's crazy.
Well, I will put it this way. To fix Demos, scrolls won't do. It has to be Velos, and it'll take 3 days.
I mean,
Is Demos free to do what he wants? Like
Or we
other than
just
that,
don't.
or is he just like in permanent?
No,
Yeah.
other than that he's free to be doing whatever the hell he wants.
what is there for us to even do in Mitros? Realistically, I mean,
I have a project.
sure. But,
I mean,
Still
you're
those
probably not gonna like
bandits.
it. So.
Worst.
Oh yeah, there's bandits. We could.
oh
That-
yeah,
There most certainly are bandits.
I'm
You
not
can
gonna
help,
go that.
We
you
can
can
hunt
help
them
around
for
the
sport.
countryside.
Go hunt them for sport. Yeah.
God.
I believe there's still a Temple of Lutheria somewhere here.
No, we
No,
we
we-
raided it. Remember
yeah.
that was when
And the
Artemisia
Temple
died
of
the first
Sidon?
time.
Temple of
But
Sidon.
there is a temple to Sidon, yes. Right in front of the Temple of the Five.
Yeah. So I mean that's gold and
Oh,
experience.
Well, no, Valis doesn't want us to do that.
yeah. It's true.
But yeah, things you can do unless you have something specific in mind. If there's a question you want answered, then you can do research and such, either in the academy or asking around. Gathering rumors is certainly a thing. You can just do what Velos has said and just do nothing, basically. Visit the taverns, take a
Holiday.
bath.
I mean,
Catch up on some cereals.
the local theater scene.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I mean, that
It would also be a time to buy potions, if that's a thing you want to do.
Yes, I want to talk to
is.
potions experts
Yeah.
and this.
It may be possible to acquire up to uncommon magic items in that time. Although, despite being heroes, you will not get them for free.
Mhm.
Mhm.
They do cost a chunk of money.
Wait, so we can actually buy magic items?
uncommon ones apparently.
You can attempt to acquire one.
Okay.
That could be a downtime thing to do.
Well, that sounds good.
I mean, I don't know. Where are the bandits?
Out in the wilderness.
They were like raiding the wineries or something, like east of.
They're just
Mitros
normal
a
bandits.
while ago.
Like,
They're just bandits. We said.
Go
we
kill
said,
him.
"Eh,"
It's an excuse to get out of the city, right?
I don't
No,
even know
I'm
that
just saying, like,
requires
we don't
all of
have
us.
to-
That just
Necessarily play it out. I'm just saying, if Harriet's here and she's got nothing to do, she's probably gonna like. I
like
mean,
Harriet, at this power level, you could probably just fly over the bandit camp and fireball it to death, and then fly home
Mhm.
for dinner.
well, apparently I need to capture them alive and then give them to Valis. But I could do that too. I'm just saying, like, it seems silly. From like encounter wise, sure, there's no reason for us to do that. But just like like role playing wise, I'm like, I mean,
Yeah,
if she can do any good, she's gonna do it. Sitting on her ass,
that's fair.
waiting for a goddess who won't talk all 3 days. No, she can't. She can't change slavery in the city in 3 days,
In
but
3
she can.
days.
She can capture bandits.
Mhm.
Sure.
So, hmm.
Darius will go to the libraries and check out whatever book he can and try to research any way to transmute to steal transmutative properties, transfer from one target to another.
All right. First step in that process would be to research the thing in the first place,
Mhm.
which would be Arcana. Using the Academy, if Darius were to research himself by himself, you could take advantage on that because you've got
Mhm.
books and such. You could also petition the aid of an expert, so to speak,
Yes.
who would also have advantage and do that check for Darius.
Yeah. Although getting an expert, I open myself up to the possibility of Acastus finding out. I'm assuming.
It would probably be guaranteed that he finds out.
Okay. I would like to use my Nat 20 portent roll on this check.
I suppose you have that right. I'm hesitant because it's like a long-term thing.
Right.
It's not like a single event. It's just rolls condensed into one.
Your call.
I'll allow it for this first one.
Okay. Okay. So I will not bring an expert into it because I want to try and keep this on the DL, but I'll just I'm like searching through all possible like things of like where a relevant book could be like, oh, this one, and then I just go find that book and start reading it.
Turns out fate helps you find the right book, but there's
Yep.
still work to be done.
Of course.
But I will give you a tidbit of information. What would be your result with that 20?
On what kind of check?
On an Arcana check.
Arcana. Well, I would definitely cast Guidance. So it would be. I'll just roll it, and we'll just add the difference. So 3 on top of that, 32.
A 32. That is pretty impressive.
Yes. So the first thing that I need to know, and this disqualifies the entire thing if it's another result. I need to know that the potion works as I understand it, and that it has no like secret drawback, that someone else could remotely use, or some sort of poison or disease or horrible extra effect that I am unaware of.
Okay, if you were to choose between side effects or ingredients, which one would you want to know something about?
Let's say side effects, because I don't need to know the ingredients if it's something that I'm not gonna do.
Okay, as far as you can tell through your research, there's no hidden side effect.
Okay. So I am 100% positive that this works as advertised and uncompromised.
Darius thinks that is the case. Yeah, it does what it says, and there's no intentionally hidden side effect or obvious problem with the formula behind it.
Right. The main thing is just the age thing, but that's not an issue for Dareth Axel.
Yeah.
Okay.
Chances are, if a person were to drink one of these, he might die of old age.
Right. I also would like to tell Dareth Axel that this is what I'm thinking. Like, I invite her to come with me and whatnot. Because if she doesn't want to do it, then that's the thing. But I know that she's been frustrated about how small she is. So I just talked with her and I explained, like, that there are creatures that have this effect that aren't ready for it, and that maybe taking that away and giving it to you would let you be who you are while also letting them be babies, and just see like her thoughts on it. Because if she's nervous or scared, doesn't want to do it, then that also disqualifies this project.
Part of the issue is that she has a lot of opinions but can't talk yet.
I ask her if it's okay if I read her mind.
That's a fair point. Yeah, she'll give you a nod.
Okay, I cast Detect Thoughts on her.
First of all, she is appalled that you think that she's not already who he is, who
no.
she is.
Okay.
And second of all, she would like to be large again.
Okay. So she's on board with the project.
Generally, yeah.
Cool. Is that my 3 days spent doing research, or is there more I can do?
I mean, I
Maybe
think
like
you can give me 1 per day.
1 per day. Okay, cool.
It's a difficult check, and you can't use any portents on it in the future.
Okay.
You can do 1 per day.
Cool. I will let the others resolve their day ones.
Can Dios look for a magic item as you suggested in between his days at the Temple of Mitros?
You can. What would it be?
He'd like to look for a pair of winged boots. Because he doesn't have a dragon. And at the moment, there isn't really one in sight. And now Valis told us not to hatch any dragons. So he's like, well, unless we meet like a big one. Gotta find some other way to fight a green dragon. And a pair of winged boots would be great.
Or we shoot her out of the sky.
If such a thing can exist. But I imagine Demos has enough creativity to say, what if I had boots with wings on? That would work.
All right, give me a D100.
D100. Will do.
There's 50% chance that that item exists, and it does not.
Oh well.
It needs 50 or higher.
Well, so be it.
Yeah. There's one merchant who, however, actually give me a, what would that be? A diplomacy check.
He was trained in no, not persuasion, intimidation, not persuasion. Well, but let's see him do it anyway.
I mean, he still happens to be very charismatic for some reason.
Well, rich.
Do you have a +0?
I do.
Well, what's your charisma right now?
11. Oh wait, no, I should have +2 more.
Yeah, it's not 15.
15.
Yeah.
He's very beautiful and smart.
15.
Just so handsome.
Yeah, perhaps Demos goes to like a seller of exotic items and describes exactly what he needs. Unfortunately, the merchant can't help him. However, well, he's not sure that boots like that exist. He has heard of a rumor of a legendary artifact that is exactly what Demos needs. As you say, he couldn't possibly acquire it, but it's perhaps a suggestion that that thing definitely exists. That in ancient times, there was a chariot that rode across the skies, ridden by the sun god Helios across the sky of not even Mitros, as he was here before Mitros even existed. So perhaps rather than boots, you could look for like a wagon drawn by like a legendary Pegasus or something. That would be something for a hero, right?
Yeah, that would be something for a hero.
Yeah. He has no idea how to get it though.
I roll to see if there's a legendary chariot available.
No, there's not.
So actually, yeah, Demos nods says yes, sounds great. So how much for it? And the merchant says,
Merchant says, let me ask around.
Thank you.
If an ordinary chariot would suffice, he certainly knows someone who knows someone.
Is the one that can fly?
That's difficult.
sort of sky duel with a dragon.
Yeah, he can't help with that.
Maybe we can put a cannon on it, you know?
That would be something.
Well, then there's a light side. Thinks maybe Acastus has a spare dragon now. But he didn't before, so well he did, but that one was really mad. Yeah. And they're needed to
Cut.
defend the city, and he wouldn't want to take anything away from them. Well, it was worth a try for me.
You know, when Aravandar's old enough,
Hmm.
you can ride on his back.
It's if he was going to ride dragon, it would be his own, like if his own friend dragon. But is Valus going to cure his madnesses? Is that part of this therapy thing, or
Yes, it will be.
okay? Because otherwise, he would have to go drink more.
No.
That doesn't seem.
Valus every day will basically cast at least one Greater Restoration, one each to fight the curse, which is difficult, and any more that Demos really needs, including to remove insanity.
Sure, just get rid of those things. Yeah. All right. He'll like look at all the seashells and stuff he has in his pockets. Be like, oh, well, I held on to these. I'll dump them somewhere. A weird bag of trophies under his bed can also go. Huh. Maybe it was good for me to have a holiday. I picked up some strange habits. And I guess she also cures his buffs.
Yeah.
Great.
Yeah, you can be very charismatic and resistant to magic and all those things, but you would also go insane and kill everyone. So I'm not sure that's the best trait that Demos wants to go for.
But maybe we would win first. Maybe the insanity comes later, and that's okay.
Nothing saying we can't go right back to Typhon before coming to Mitros for the final battle.
Uh-huh. Well,
Seems
no
very
one said
nice,
she would
yeah.
get the same thing. I don't think she would be happy if we just kept doing it. Well, he'll ask Valis about. So he heard about the chariot. He'll talk about a magic chariot that could ride across the sky.
She raises an eyebrow.
He was looking for a pair of flying boots or something. But see, he's often finding problems with being very landlocked when other things can fly. You can't get to them.
Are you looking for... What are you looking for?
Wings, really. Whatever way I can have them. Ideally, one that doesn't involve a conscripted baby dragon. Maybe an adult one, but I understand they're hard to come by.
Says the person whose sister appears to be a dragon.
He nods. It's true, yet she's not really receptive to any sort of flight arrangement.
I do suspect that if she weren't perceptive to the idea of the Dragonlords in general, she would have left a long time ago.
Narrows his eyes at Valis. Oshia's family. Perhaps I'll ask.
Perhaps she is simply using this situation with Hexia as an excuse to go out and do things.
He must doubt in his mind, but perhaps. I suppose I should try to think the best of people.
It is a worthy thought, yeah. Sometimes the people who appear unspeakably evil to us might have the potential for great good still.
Would Demos has been successful during his stay here, his 3 days, at getting some sort of connection to Mitros in, I mean, maybe not even words, just like a religious experience, basically, from a stay in the temple.
What is it that Demos is looking for? Is it guidance? Is it just a proof of existence? Or
No, he knows she exists. There's clerics and they do stuff. It's just that what Valis said has brought him some bit of perhaps a hope to latch onto. She said, you might not just be a champion of Mitros the city, but also Mitros the namesake, the god. And that is something that resonated with him. Because it, in some ways, opens a new aspect to this whole situation he's in that he hasn't seen before. He identifies himself as the champion of Mitros. He always has. It's what he always has been. But maybe there's more to that than he himself knew. And that is something he's feeling conflicted about. And I think his attempt here would just be to see if that is... Basically, he will go to the church and try to figure out, or temple, and try to figure out if that is true. Is he a champion of the goddess Mitros as well as the city? Or is it just one or the other? And I think really, it's not necessarily that he thinks that there is a predetermined way that it is. I suppose in a way it's guidance, yeah. I suppose he's looking for some sort of help in what he should be. Because he didn't declare an oath of service to King Acastus. He didn't decide to stand by the city always. He has spent time with people who are not of it, and he certainly learned to see the city as something that maybe isn't ideal. Still, it's sort of very central in his view of himself, but maybe it's more nuanced than that.
Let's see. I think asking me to put a potentially religious epiphany into words is very difficult.
I'm simply asking if there is a... We don't have to define what it is, just if there is some affirmation or not. So you find some sort of peace.
I think he absolutely can. Like there's a lot of people who go pray to, well, gods in general and Mitros too for guidance and such, but don't really get anything palpable. But Demos, he's important. He doesn't only think that he is important because, of prophecy or whatever. He is undeniably a pivotal character in the world of Phylea. And that is definitely something that is even respected by the greater god that is Mitros. If he goes out to get some sort of advice through prayer, it will not be easy. He's not a cleric, but he will get something. Perhaps to summarize what exactly the guidance is perhaps for himself to decide, for you to decide. But the gist of it would be that being a hero is both about fighting evil as well as supporting good. The latter might not be something that Demos has quite understood yet, as far as Mitros is concerned.
Yeah, and that really to him is okay, because this suggests to him that there is maybe he is a hero. But maybe that doesn't mean that he's done, you know? Maybe there's more to learn. And I think the change we'll see here is just that the shield he has that once was hammered out the symbol. I think he had like the symbol of the city here, but I think he will refine it or have it refined into the sort of the sun symbol of Mitros upon the shield. Mitros the goddess. Have it emblazoned there, and try to begin changing the way he feels about himself, perhaps more that he is a champion of Mitros of the Five rather than just the city, because that, in some way, to him will feel liberating, because he can begin to think about the city without having it be attached to his own sense of self-worth. And if nothing else, it might remind him of what he should be. Because that's another thing that Alice said. Be the person Kira wants you to be. That seemed very wise. So it's with a heart full of renewed hope, and perhaps still somewhat aching from recent revelations, that he will seek out his sister upon the ship for a perhaps awkward conversation.
All right. I mean, she is there. She's not interested in entering Mitros ever.
Mm-hmm. So, closer, sexier. Sister, or do you prefer I call you by name?
She raises an eyebrow as her mechanical companions ominously track Deimos' movements towards her. And she says, I don't think there's a thing I could care about less at this very moment.
Well, it's good to hear. We'll be traveling to the island soon.
It is about time. I've been with you on this tiny boat for... I haven't even counted the days. Must be months at this point.
You have. What do you think of it?
It's still a bit odd to me that it doesn't feel macabre to you to sail on a boat whose logs and planks are imbued with the remains of dragons.
He looks down at the logs. Says, "Oh, I will admit I wasn't aware. Well, maybe I should have been."
The vehicle that was once used to relentlessly hunt down entire people simply for their association, indirect in most places, with the Titans. I've asked around, you see. I've had much to do. Hadn't had much to do. Quite frankly, stories about the Dragonlords fascinate me. There's so many layers in them.
He nods slowly, feeling a segue that he didn't expect. And how are you finding the tales of the old Dragonlords? Making sure to put old in there.
They are, as expected, really. Full of flaws and failure, reality.
Do you think you could do better in their place?
It would be quite awkward for me to be a Dragonlord now, wouldn't it?
Your face is ever wounded.
I mean, I was making a joke about a dragon bonding with another dragon. That is not exactly proper, I don't think.
He shrugs it up. I figured you would find a rider, though. I believe that both dragon and rider or dragon lords
don't know if that relationship, despite the oaths that were involved, was as symmetrical as you're making it out to be.
Sort of. I couldn't say.
And besides, what would the benefit be? Being a Dragon Lord, I mean. Fame, fortune, I can get all that already.
I suppose the benefit would be to be able to do things that neither could do alone, right? I mean, the Dragonlords did it, and they made the oath so that Rider and Dragon could trust one another. Because if they didn't, implicitly the oath would end.
I suppose so.
I think such a thing is powerful. I've considered it myself, taking up the mantle. There's a need for it, certainly, for new Dragon Lords, or at least I think I would be more capable in such a team. But it of looks out her and says, the wormlings, I don't know that I would make a great parent. But
Neither
correctly.
neither are Darius nor Artemisia.
Well, I suppose that's a personal choice, whether to subject a wormling to oneself. If I were to do it, I would do it with someone who knew what they went into.
What are you asking, Demos?
Sort of moves and looks over the railing, and that's sort of like we're talking, but I'm not going to look at you because, somehow it feels more casual when you don't. So, I hadn't considered even talking to you about this for the longest time. It's almost like somehow you don't seem exactly like a dragon most of the time. For obvious reasons.
I grew tired of the stairs and the constrained spaces.
I know you don't plan to fight Hextia. And I wouldn't ask you to. But afterwards, I suppose you intend to stay on the island there with whatever remains. Elves, I suppose. Some of them are sure could be turned. I suppose you wouldn't want to travel here anymore. Just to wait out the years.
That was the plan, yes.
But you don't have to. The plan could change. And he sort of shakes his head as if he doesn't, he almost doesn't really believe, himself at this point, right? It's clear that this is a new thought to him, and he's just sort of, it's just, but there's also the chance that we could try to work together. The oath is there. We could take it. I don't exactly know the implications of it, but as I understand it, if any one of us want out of that relationship, as soon as one of us no longer desires to be bound by it, the oath ceases to function. The breaker being the one that disappointed the other. I think I've been looking for ways to fly, to reach the skies, to do something that I cannot do alone. Will you believe someone suggested me that I find a magic chariot drawn to drag the sun around. So,
That's ridiculous.
that was the closest thing they could come to doing such a mythical thing. And yet it is something you can do by virtue of simply who you are.
See, Demos, I thought I understood you. You are merely human after all, it can't be that difficult. And yet, I hear you boasting so often that good and evil is an easy question. Some are evil, some are good, and very few things, if anything, are in between. And yet, here you are asking me this question after knowing what I have done in the past.
No, it's just, it used to be very simple, but recently it has become, I begin to feeling a little bit too much like Darius sometimes. And I don't like it. It's disconcerting. However, I'm going to try to do something else, something new. And I think perhaps this could be part of that. You and I could be Dragonlords. All we would have to do is to trust one another. The oath is for the benefit of both of us. That much is obvious. Already, I think, I have shown that I respect you. I don't command you to do anything.
I don't think you
think
could,
good.
even if you tried.
You says that at the same time. And I think that goes both ways. As I understand, that's half of the oath already fulfilled. The other half might be something we have to do more than simply feel.
Did you
Are you
know?
familiar with it?
I am. Did you know that Mother arrived with the original Dragonlords?
I had heard. I don't know the details.
She never bound a rider, obviously, but she was considering. Whatever these new Dragonlords might be, they might be a very confusing and strange organization if the likes of us could work together.
No, yeah, I perhaps once, it seems strange to say, but a younger me would have found it strange as well. But I think perhaps, and this is something that Danton Dima's right as he speaks it. Perhaps this is what the new Dragonlords need. Perhaps they need something that is a little harder to explain, a little more real, compared to all the... It seems like the fanaticism and the adherence to a non-existent standard in the past didn't help them. It seems perhaps best that Rider and Dragon disagree at times, so that they can temper one another. Though I feel it hard, of course, to say that I would need tempering, just as, honestly. Others seem to think that I do. Perhaps they are right.
How about we face Mother together and then see how that feels, huh?
Consider. No, slowly. Yeah. That certainly will be a test. And I think that is probably the thing she could say that would sort of maybe even bring some, like, that's a little touching for him. Because she has, in the past, said vehemently that she will not. And that is sort of the task that is personal for him, because that's he's trying to save his mother. And she facing hers to help him do that is not. In only a couple of days, then. Perhaps we'll need to just try to do some training. You've seen me do what I could do, but I've not seen a lot of what you do.
She nods. And
can do
afterwards,
it.
perhaps your question will no longer be relevant because you will be a puddle of melted human flesh.
He nods, says perhaps, but I don't think so. I'm not going to make that happen. And soon, in just a few days, I will have the tools to make that statement the truth. I'm beginning to think perhaps what was really needed was my determination more than any tools I could have brought. Sort of a heavy breath and says, I suppose we'll find some time to see how we can work together.
Sure.
He nods.
Just make sure you don't stink.
I promise. Yeah, I deserve that.
My nose is quite sensitive, and in the past few days,
It's,
you were terrible.
he'll sort of get a little self-conscious. Nod. Says, yes, I am. It's not quite myself. Apparently, I was turning into a Medusa. So, side effect of it. Yes, let us just say that neither of us want to become our parents. He sort of self-consciously will walk back. It's go just over to dunk some water on himself because that's okay. Thinking back, he's it's been a busy couple days. He hasn't thought much about that. Yes, he did kind of embarrass himself in front of everyone. So it's all right. I've stolen enough time. Someone else go.
No, those scenes were beautiful. That was great.
I believe Ariad was looking for some answers. Valus will certainly make herself available if Ariad does not feel confident in talking to Mitros herself, which will effectively function like Valus casting divination with whatever question Ariad would like answered by her.
You're muted if you're talking, Ari.
Oh, well. Does it ask? Is there a limit to how many she can ask?
Per spell, yes. But Valus is a spellcaster of a level where she can cast
Oh,
these
God.
all day long, so...
Right. I think she will ask the same as she asked Valus about whether letting the souls move on is the better option, or the right option, or bringing them back, I suppose. Because she was the one who took them, who at least made sure that they weren't completely destroyed. So I think she's looking for an answer to why she would keep them alive. If like, what is the purpose of that? And I think she's also a little frustrated because she's sort of in a position where she has the hope, but at the same time, generally bringing people back from death is not really. That has a lot of negative connotations.
All right, certainly that is something that it can help answer. As she intones like the spells and such, talk to a greater god, she does appear to receive an answer that doesn't exactly shake her, but certainly surprise her. As she'll say to Ariad, it wasn't Mitros that kept the souls of your people. It was Lutheria. Lutheria slew them with a scythe, capturing their souls so that they would be in torment forever. And then Mitros removed the knowledge of all that action from everyone, including Lutheria herself. She is not aware that she has captured those souls. I suspect that if you were to destroy Lutheria's scythe, then your people could move on. Your question was answered with some intensity. I suspect that Mitros has genuine anger towards Lutheria, to say the least, coupled with regret that she could not have done more.
Right. Where she is, you're all some kind of deities. Is would they go to a good place? Or at least, I suppose, not a bad place.
The cynical answer would be that any place is better than the inside of Lutheria's scythe.
Yes.
And I do strongly believe that if your people were good people, which you would know best, that they would go to the place that is most appropriate to them.
Right. All right. Do you think that there's a way for me to communicate with them before they move on?
I suspect that for a brief moment they would be, well, not exactly around you, but there's a brief moment where they would have to exit the scythe and then move on, during which you may very well be able to ask them questions.
All right. See, while she's asking this, she's clearly crying because she sort of had the thoughts that like the best she could do was to have them move on, but she's also kept that hope of like maybe the gods kept their souls, like, even in torment, maybe it was so that Ariad could get them back, and that is not the case. And
If you would want some advice from the goddess of wisdom, which generally is a good thing, I would suggest you find out what they'd want, and then you chase that, whatever that is.
yeah, I suspect I already know, but it's a harsh truth.
While I would never openly encourage such a thing, perhaps you can also take, or rather find some satisfaction in freeing them, which of course would include defeating the fairy. Not an easy task, I'm sure, but that just adds to the satisfaction.
Oh, I surely will enjoy that. For sure.
In rare cases, justice and revenge do happen to be the same thing. Not always.
Not usually, I would say, but
Usually, yes.
well, I don't know how to feel. I suppose it is ironic of me to be mad at deities who did the best they could.
I can assure you that being mad at deities is the natural state of the world. I should know.
I don't believe in it much. I, of course, know that. Well, I prefer to think that we don't necessarily need. People can help each other and find that guidance somewhere else, I think. No offense. Just sometimes it seems that people stop asking questions if people such as yourself tell them what to do, I suppose.
I can assure you that suggesting that people should not be reliant on the gods is exactly my opinion too.
Good. Well, not that. I guess that is slightly comforting. I do feel like the others are, for good or for worse, very tied to Kira.
I think they might, however, be following Kira as a person and not Kira as a god. There's a difference. One is true, the other is fiction.
Arias shrugs. I don't think I have gotten to know her as a person. Well, I don't know what more to ask. The I find that most of these days, what I truly and utterly most want is not something I no longer can have. Now I just have to patch up the loss as best I can. Thank you for your help, Velas. And as she like clenches, it's like thank you to Mitros for answering my questions.
I'm sure she knows how thankful you are.
Yeah. Probably. Maybe. And then, yeah, she'll probably actually stay in the temple just because even though this place is miserable and she's like, I mean, she's not happy, at least I imagine they're sort of quiet. And she would not know any other place to find that in this horrorscape.
Yeah, the inside of the temple sure is a quiet place, as is, it's a temple.
Yeah, exactly. So she'll still probably hang out there, but definitely not praying, though. Maybe she'll ask Valis before she leaves if they have strong feelings about singing in the temple, but ever so low, of course, not to disturb.
I mean, if they had strong feelings, who would they complain to? Probably Valis. She doesn't care, so do whatever.
That like wrestles a tiny quiver of Ariad's mouth. Yeah, and she will spend, the rest of her time in the temple, probably. Or, I suppose, out clearing bandits if she hears more about that, because. Yeah.
Worth noting, though, that for, I guess, both Demos and Arid, who are staying sometime in the temple, you do notice that there occasionally is a bit of a gathering outside of basically protesters suggesting that if they just, destroyed the Temple of the Five, then surely the Titans would be calmed and nothing bad would overcome the city. And the same thing, really, if they only destroyed the Temple of Sidon on the opposite side of the street, then surely Sidon's power over the city would diminish and he wouldn't be able to do anything. It's a bit of strife and a bit of conflict in the city of Mitros between the different beliefs, for sure.
There was a moment where Demas in the temple looked up, heard the sounds, and said, "Well, here I go killing again," grabbing his big and then looking at like where he was and was like, maybe not this time. And it was beautiful.
All right. What about Artemisia? Does she have anything in particular to do in these 3 days? Halldamir?
Sorry, what was that?
Does Artemisia have anything particular to do in these 3 days?
Absolutely nothing. Except spend time with Aravandar. She doesn't like Mitros. She doesn't want to do anything in Mitros.
Aravanda, however, is super interested in everything.
You know, if he wants, if he's interested in something, she'll take Aravandar to go see it. She's not going to be a bad mum, but she will not seek out stuff to do. So maybe she'll sightsee for Aravandar's sake, but that's about it. Doesn't have any plans, let's say.
Little studious boy.
Mm-hmm.
Wants to go to the library.
Maybe he will like the library. Can he read?
Artemisia and Aravandar are welcome to join me at the library.
Yeah, there is a bit of a nudge of Artemisia's amulet that perhaps learning about a potion that makes dragons larger would be a very useful tool to have in the future.
All right, Darius, we don't need to be researching this potion. I have a bad,
Ooh.
I have a bad feeling about
Evil
this.
amulet wants it. Oh,
Uh-huh.
I mean, it's only evil if you use it for evil purposes, right?
It's filled with a power-grabbing lady that got her family cursed by Lutheria. I don't think Artemisia is going to take that to heart.
That's fair enough, the amulet thinks. It truly just wants the best for Artemisia.
Yeah, because that equals a possibility of better for her, but not going to sacrifice some morals. Poor Aravandar. He doesn't
Deserves
know.
a chance to grow up.
Yeah.
I mean, consent can be involved, and it can be taken in moderation, but shaving a few years before true effectiveness, I mean, you could protect the city better.
I could. However, how would I protect my morality if of such a thing? The poor child being brought to young adulthood without living as a child is barbaric.
It will be difficult to lead the Dragonlords with a dragon that is much smaller than all the others.
I am not afraid of other dragons. As it turns out, the people the people that she trained with specialize in fighting things much bigger than them. So, the way of the shield is very much for fighting bigger things. Not afraid.
Well, if the amulet suggestions are not welcome, then it'll shut up again.
Yeah.
Clearly, Artemisia is already on the right track. Stubbornness, many think it's a flaw, but it's a character trait. A strong character is good. All right. Darius, I believe you had 1 roll. Do you want more rolls?
Yes, please.
2 days, potentially even 4 if I'm reading the chat right.
Yeah, I'm not sure what that's about.
Well,
Halldamir, you're saying that if we left as soon as we possibly can, that we'd get to Hexia before
yeah. So
Demas' thing comes in?
there are
We
6
need to make-
days. So before
Okay.
we move any days forward, we like on the days we have just arrived basically. So
Right.
if we are spending 3 days healing,
And then 2 days travel time. I
2
see what
days
you're
travel,
saying.
we get there a day before. So there's nothing we can do.
So we
or
need to
in a
delay
day.
a day
I
so
mean,
that
somewhere we
can
need
get-
to delay it because there's 0 point in trying to go somewhere to halfway there going back to Hexia's lair.
Yeah,
So,
yeah. No, I see what you're saying.
yeah.
So basically, if we have 4 days down to will get there, and Demos will get his weapon the morning of the day that we face Hexia.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
That makes sense to do that.
It
If
seems
you agree, I'm
superfluous otherwise.
on board. But yes, for this downtime. So next stage, and so tell me if I'm wrong, Sheep. But my next bit would be trying to do some spellcraft, or basically what we're trying to do is design an effect where you target a potion that someone's already ingested and transfer the effect to another person. Now, if I have to limit it to strictly this potion, then fair enough. But that's the effect I'm going for, sort of like a modified life transference. Would doing something like that, alert Acastus to my activities, since I'm not specific, if I'm saying like, I'm not researching this exact thing that he has been producing and using. I'm just trying to create a spell that targets potions, like in general.
I think creating a general spell that would do that would be vastly more difficult than doing it for a specific situation.
Right. So I'd have more luck if I did specifically for that potion.
Yeah, I would even go so far as to say that inventing a spell that like sucks out potion effects just in general would be borderline impossible unless you were a very high level wizard, which Darius is not.
No. Okay, then I would need an expert to do that and alert him. So I'll give it if we got an extra day's downtime, I'll give it a try myself. You say I have advantage from
the next yes, the next step would be figuring out the ingredients for the potion. That would be the next step in the line.
Well, if the idea, do I need to know the ingredients? Because what I'm thinking is, if we ever face Acastus's dragons and knock them out, I could then steal the effect of the potion and return the dragon to its baby form and let it go free, and have Darethexel be bigger.
Yeah, but to do that, you need to know the base ingredients, the things that actually create the effect.
Right, I need to understand the potion.
Yeah.
I see what you're saying. Cool. Then I will do an Arcana check. At advantage, but I will not hire an expert. 23.
23. It is a very difficult check. 23. Take a look. Where is that page? Uh, 23 is not enough. It is a very hard DC. You have the tools, you have advantage due to your access, but it's still very hard and especially time-consuming task. You do have another day though, so that would be
Sorry,
another possible attempt.
Sorry, I was muted. Do I make any progress, or is it just a DC I either hit or I don't? Or is it like a pie chart situation?
It's a DC you have to hit.
Okay.
It's a long-term thing. Things like guidance that only lasts for a few minutes won't really work. Research is difficult. You're trying to do something very, very difficult here, far outside the standard rule set. I'm going to put some roadblocks in your way.
That is fair. I'm not expecting it, otherwise I'm just looking through, seeing if I have a way to okay, I'm going to change tags here. Oh wait, no. So that didn't work. Mitros is a big city. Does it have a Thieves Guild?
It used to. It was run by Moxina.
Okay, well that means that I know we left some of her associates alive.
I don't remember you leaving anyone alive.
There was some dudes on the second floor with the gear machine.
You did leave those alive. It's true. Okay.
They owe us their lives.
They do. So feel free to shut me down because this is kind of crazy. But what if instead of trying to research the ingredients, I just had someone go steal the information from Acastus's lab?
Okay.
Because 14 on a natural die roll is quite high, and assuming the DC is 25, you'd still need a 16 on a flat D20 to get it, and that's assuming it's DC 25. It might be higher.
Yeah, it is
So this
25.
route is gonna.
Very hard.
Maybe it's easier to just find the actual source.
Wait, I like the thinking. You'd have to find contacts, although in Mitros that's actually somewhat easy because most of the seedy people hang out in the what's it called? The like red light district.
Yeah.
You don't have any specific contacts currently, so you definitely have to ask around a bit.
No, but we had the same. I know we had the dude when we were looking for Moxina the first time. It was a mess, but like I know some people I could ask.
Yeah, you know people who might know people, but you don't know the people who are actually competent and connected.
Right. Okay, so maybe can I make a check to be doing like streetwise stuff or whatever, or social things? Because that's probably something Darius could do.
Yeah, just basically asking around, trying to find out the people in charge.
I might disguise myself. I might not make it obvious that it's one of the chosen heroes who's in the like seedy underbelly.
Okay. I would then need a deception check for your disguise.
Okay.
As well as a persuasion check, presumably, or an intimidate, depending on what route you choose to try to find someone of enough importance and consequence that job could be arranged.
Can I get a help action from Juniper by being like, does this look too much, too subtle?
I don't think so. That's a bit.
Well, it's a 24. Oh no, that's my deception check. Sorry. Oh no, that was for the disguise.
That's pretty good.
And then, sorry, what was the other thing that you wanted?
Persuasion or intimidation, trying to figure out the information you need to contact the right people.
Right. Persuade. Can I use guidance on this if I'm like hyping myself up?
It would likely be an extended conversation.
So no. Okay.
It would be difficult to like sneakily cast the guidance without like meta magic.
That's fair. I'm just trying to source what's going on, but I don't have any. Yeah, no one's helping me with this, so just a flat persuasion check. Nat 20.
A nat 20. Well, that's pretty good. Maybe
that is definitely good. Find me the guy.
There's a lot of turmoil in the city, which generally is bad, but it's also a time of opportunity.
Mm-hmm.
The guards are all over the place. The soldiers are, just permanently drilling and being prepared for some assault, so they're not really guarding anything. And of course, the people in the inns and such have definitely caught wind of that. So maybe jobs to steal a thing or two have gotten quite common because they tend to be very successful.
Mm-hmm.
You do talk to a person who knows the guy, who knows one of the more influential merchants in the city who will remain unnamed.
Okay.
And I suppose for the right price, or for a favor, of course, assured by oath, something like that could be arranged.
Okay. Well, I have access to the palace, right? So I could get this person access. Is that correct?
If Darius himself wanted to get involved, you could assist the person, but the assistance is not required. It's mostly just giving him the job and then seeing what happens.
Right. Okay. Cool. I will give him the job. What's the price?
The price would be your choice of an. Well, it would be 2,000 gold pieces. Considering that your target is actually quite, in the palace, the king himself. That's spicy. Like
Mhm.
secret magical research. Oof, that's gonna cost you.
Mhm. That's fair. I do not have 2,000 gold on me. What do I have? An ancient minted gold coin, apparently. Don't know what that's worth.
Alternatively, it's very valid to just go into debt. That's fine. I owe you. With the way oaths work, generally, you're expected to pay that back eventually.
Oh, just an oath that I'll pay him back? That I'll pay him the rest? That's all he needs?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll give him 795 gold right now, and an oath that upon completion of the job, he gets the rest.
You will pay him in money for the rest.
Although,
Yes.
give me an intelligence check, Derek.
Yeah. There some sort of negative side effect on.
Oh, shit.
Oh.
I broke my headset.
Oh no.
A terrible event.
Oh no.
Someone say something.
Yes.
Hello.
Say something.
Okay, it works again. Oh,
We hear you.
I ripped out my headset cord and was worried.
Oh no.
Okay, intelligence check, please.
Okay. Jack of all trades. I get half proficiency to that, so that is a +6. Nat 1.
Yeah, Darius remembers that going into debt in the city of Mitros is quite a
Oh
common thing,
no.
actually. It's regulated. It works. It's ordinary.
Okay. Well, I remember the thing, but
One day of service for 1 gold piece of debt.
yeah, right. The stuff with the yeah. No, I remember.
Mm.
You guys mind if I borrow from the bank? Is that okay? I'll pay back into it.
How much do you need?
1,100 and no, yeah, 1,105.
Okay. I mean, you can take 200 from me, and then I don't care about any money in the bank.
I was gonna say, I don't think I've ever gotten food money.
Yeah,
What is?
We never
You
use
just
it.
kept it in the bank.
Yeah,
Do
exactly.
you want? How much did you need?
Oh no, my math was wrong. 1,205.
Make it 1,005 then. I'll give you 2,000. 200 even.
1,005.
1,005.
Subtract it.
There you
We have more to go.
Okay, I will just put O's 1,205 GP. Oh, sorry.
I think it's fine.
One.
I think you can just have that.
It's fine. Demos spent
Okay.
20,000 gold. I'm pretty sure we can spare.
Yeah, our money does seem pretty
1,200.
communal and like task oriented. Because I just
My
don't
God.
think I can hit that. If I don't know, hitting that DC is just incredibly unlikely. So, yeah, cool. I was like, hang on, I'll be right back. Go get some money and then come back and give him the gold.
Yeah. He'll nod. The deal will be that someone will attempt the task he's been given. Of course, no guarantee for success.
Yeah. Is it fair? Can I say like half now, half upon completion? Like that's
Sure.
not unreasonable.
That seems reasonable.
Yeah.
And yeah, I mean, give me a d20.
Can I help the person? Oh no, that was he said help
If-
wasn't necessary.
If Darius himself gets involved, it'll definitely be more likely to succeed, but there's also the risk, borderline guarantee that at least a caster suspects something, whether or not he has proof or not.
Yeah, no,
definitely
I'm
another
really
question.
trying to stay of the Eye of Sauron.
Yeah.
So-
Because Mitros is
Ooh.
in, let me explain first. Because
Oh, sorry.
Mitros is in turmoil, you have advantage on this.
Okay.
However, because it has to happen right now and you're leaving the next day, you'd have disadvantage. So,
Well, we're staying an extra day. We're doing
Yeah.
4 days, right?
but still, the guy
Sure.
has to plan a heist within like 24 hours.
It's true. Sure, he has to plan and execute a heist in a day. That is fair.
Yeah,
So-
but
Well-
16 is enough.
All right. I
Uh,
give him the rest of it.
He will hand Darius what appears to be a piece of parchment where he's done like a how do you call it? If you put a piece of paper on something and then rub charcoal on it to make an imprint of whatever lies beneath.
So you
Yeah,
call it
like a
yeah.
charcoal rubbing, which seems to
Castle
be
script.
yeah, which seems to be not exactly a recipe, but at least information about the potion.
Cool.
Which the main takeaway is that the main ingredient is Titan's blood.
Damn it.
In fact, it also mentions that the amount of age produced by the potion is not dependent on the amount of Titan's blood, but rather the time it has basically fermented. Well, not fermented, but rested. So if you have one of those potions
hmm
and you make it with Titan's blood that has rested for 25 years, then that potion would give someone 25 years, whoever drinks it.
Right.
They are difficult to produce, to say the least.
So hypothetically, if I were to succeed in my task of creating this potion transfer spell, it would be whatever that dragon was subject to when it drank it.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
I want to just talk to Dareth Axel. I'll ask her if I can cast Detect Thoughts again.
Sure. It's quite convenient.
Yeah, and I just say to her, like, listen, I'm not gonna lie, I'm uncomfortable. The everything we're reading suggests that it does do what it so there's my scientific brain, which is suggesting all of the research and evidence that we've procured says it'll do what it is. And then there's my brain that just says it's made of titans, that's bad. The not logic brain that's just worried about you. But ultimately this is not my decision. You are an adult. Do you want me to continue proceeding with this task?
Her thought is that if it's based on a gift by the Titans, then she doesn't need it.
Yeah.
She is large enough to face any Titan already. Like, she doesn't need them.
Oh, that's cute.
That is
Hell
adorable.
yeah.
Of course she is. And I give her a little snuggle and like,
No Titan is gonna kill her twice.
Okay. All right. Good. Then I would still like to maybe continue research, but now it's about can I diffuse the potion or nullify it? Because being able to just touch the dragon or cast a spell and whoop, it's a wormling now, could still be very useful.
Okay.
So less
Like-
about transference and more about what's the word I'm looking for? You know what I'm saying?
Like H drain.
Yeah, or simply just neutralizing. That's the word I'm looking for. Neutralizing the potion.
Okay.
Did you want like another Arcana check?
It depends. I think stealing the potion will definitely take a day. So you've spent 2 days. I guess, yeah. Next step would then be actually no. You've already rolled a second Arcana check, which failed. So that was day 2. So this is basically day 3.
Yeah, and
If
then
you're staying
we
the
have.
4th day, then yeah.
Are we staying a 4th day, guys?
I mean, we're sailing now. We need to.
On
I'm
the
cured.
on the 4th day. So, all right, if we spend 3 days, the Rod of Lordly Might will be done in 3 days. So if we set sail to Hexia's Island, the rod won't be done for a day.
Okay,
then
so we might as well hang out here for
We
another
might as
day.
well hang here
Yeah.
for 1 day, so that by the time we get to her island, the Rod of Lordly Might is completed and you get it. Just in
Yeah.
time to punch her in the damn face with it,
You would get it like morning of.
basically, yeah. So that's my suggestion as keeper of time, apparently.
Yep.
4 days in Mitros in total.
I'm on board with that if the other two are.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what else we would
Sure.
spend the time
Even
on.
I suppose it's gonna be not that available. Like because he's gonna be working with Xerxia.
Communing. Yeah. Okay,
At
then
least.
if we have a 4th day, then yeah, I'll do 1 more day of research, researching how to neutralize the potion. So do you want another Arcana check for that, or a different type of check?
No, I think Arcana is still the most appropriate.
Cool. Where's my skill check macro? So many damn macros. There we go. Arcana, advantage from the library. Oh, yeah, 14. I rolled a 4.
No,
Garbage.
that's just not enough.
Yeah.
Darius does think that he could, if he were looking for a way to temporarily disable the effects of the potion on something, that seems very possible using like an existing spell.
Oh,
Doing it permanently would be a bit more difficult, but maybe possible. But that's definitely maybe territory.
can I rent out library books?
I mean, at this point, you don't really need to analyze the potion anymore, rather than
Yeah,
trying
I'm just
to
doing general research.
modify a spell. You can have the tools to make the checks on the boat.
But it won't be an
Um,
advantage.
It won't be an advantage, and we're going to use the same rules as we have for the other books, which is if you do, you give up your rest.
Okay. Okay, that seems fair. Then that's my downtime for the whole 4 days.
All right, 4 days. Relaxing, finding oneself, research, exploring the city, and trying to satisfy a never satisfied inclusive dragon.
Despairing
Despairing,
of the
thinking,
cruel fate of gods and how they play with our lives for their own benefits. It's just
no, yeah, there's a lot of that going on.
So, at the end of the 4 days, it is 18 days until the Oath of Peace ends. It has been 2 weeks since the day of oath breaking, 26 days since Haravandar hatched, 20 days since Typhon.
Yeah, the Typhon timer is no longer relevant. Demos will have his usual luscious skin.
Somehow less attractive though.
Somehow less attractive.
some people wrote letters to him, and now they look at him and they just crumble them up and throw them
Well,
in.
no, it's like the dating profile thing. It's like this was not the picture. Like
The poster
Yeah,
had your
the
Josh.
angle, yeah, was a little different. Something I don't know. We all know people like Silas people.
Forked
so-
tongue, the sort of slitted eyes,
Yeah, they were led to believe that they were
hair
against
in
hell.
thick bands,
It's
very
really
self-moving in the wind, kissing poison, stunning cases. Yeah.
Yeah.
Hmm.
And then this was most definitely much longer than anticipated. But I enjoyed the
yeah. Oh
roleplay.
That was one of
yeah.
my favorite sessions so far. That was
It's good.
it was really interesting, really good. A lot of character growth and cool stuff going on.
Yeah. In the end, I don't know why I'm starting with in the end. That sounds very ominous. But this campaign is certainly supposed to be one about heroes doing great things, facing impossible odds, doing good. And I think we're still on that track. It's just important that even if it seems very enticing to make it a bit darker, making the stakes a bit more real, that we're still on the same page there.
Mhm.
I think we are. I think we're just
Yeah.
introducing some interesting character aspects. Just we tend to touch on some very very dark thoughts on occasion, which is fine, as long as we don't go too extremely that way. I certainly am not the god of wisdom. I cannot produce a speech that will truly change your or your character's hearts. So
Yeah, it definitely felt like we swayed Valis more than she swayed.
yeah,
No, I don't know. I think she did good. I felt the reminder of like, oh, yeah, that's true.
I did too, and I also appreciated when she was like, you know what, you have a point. I'm at the top, I'm on the throne, but I can still listen to other points of view. I definitely gained some respect for her for that.
it's almost like listening to others is considered wise.
Preposterous.
Oh, Valis. Yeah, this was fun, interesting.
Yeah, this
Yeah.
very good.
I've been challenged a lot recently with the whole. I mean, he's had one of those madness for a long time. Now he's clean. His mind is his own once more.
Yeah.
Just imagine it's gonna be brilliant.
He had a lot of growth today. This was
Yeah. A lot of things happening, and I'm excited to see where that goes. But we're responsible now.
I mean, we finally next session we get
Price
to
and faith, if anything.
face Hexia.
Yeah, or whatever else we find there.
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
think-
Hexia's
yeah, I
already
might-
dead, replaced by something even bigger.
I mean, who knows? There's the mangled, eaten corpse in a massive hole in the ground. No.
well, presumably
Surface,
there's
leg
elves
bone
there, right?
spitting out.
Just be like,
It's the
come on,
same.
man.
I think those are the ones that we faced on.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, there might be more.
I think
know?
I think there's got to be more, surely.
Yeah, it's exciting. I'm very ready to-
It's a little bit of a shame that we're not going to get to level 10, or I mean, I doubt we'll get to level 10.
I don't think we're getting much XP
Fine.
today.
It's
No.
fine, guys. Like,
I mean,
No,
it would have
yeah.
been nice though
it's
because
almost pathetic because I
Hexia
got
will
an
give us
ability
that
at
level
level
10.
10.
We'll feel good. Yeah.
My level 10 is an ability that makes me able to protect an ally when I am next to them by using my reaction to give them my proficiency bonus as bonus AC.
That's cool.
It's just so poetic as an ability to use if you're riding upon a dragon and learning from that
Well,
experience.
No,
my level 10 would have been immunity to poison and disease. So
Oh, that was
Okay.
the other thing we needed to do was go shopping.
All
We need to
right.
buy stuff.
Oh, that makes sense. I can see
I
why.
mean, experience is a representation of character growth.
Okay, but do
Um,
you think we'll get
Well, let's let him talk. Let's let him talk.
4,649 each?
I want to give you some because I really enjoyed today's session, and I don't want to penalize roleplay by making it seem like you're not progressing your characters that way.
Mhm.
Fair.
But I can't give you 4,500 experience.
No.
No,
I-
and you're
think-
in your right mind. So
I will say,
madness.
guys, we have in the pot currently we have 3 potions of resistance
To what?
to indeterminate. It was said to be
If
to whatever
we
we want when we drink them.
really
Yeah.
they just go to whatever you want.
They go wide.
Oh,
We've been holding on to them for all this time, but I don't think anyone
Hell
else.
yeah.
Really
I
needed
did not know that. I
anything.
thought you had to.
No, it's like
Well-
sessions and sessions. I think we got them like maybe in the volcano
Yeah,
with the lizard folk.
it was a while
Well,
ago.
if we have 3 of those, you have your armor, and we also get an antitoxin each. That'll really fuck up Hexia's breath weapons.
Sure, she has all the plans, but yeah, it should
Yeah, I was
be.
gonna say.
You gotta
Yeah,
use
look.
that potion of cloud drought strength, probably.
Yeah, and then there's also those clam things that give you the like potion of heroism and water breathing, which would be great.
Yes, the magic coral. We have one each. then.
Yes, we should drink those before fighting her as well.
Well, she's not. I think it's gonna be again. We were warned multiple times that we can't expect her to stick around unless we have Pythor to sort of tease
Yeah.
her with. So
No, I
Yeah,
know,
we
but
don't want to
she's
do
a
that.
green dragon, and like they're pretty devious and smart, and also can breathe underwater. So there's nothing saying that she wouldn't just grapple you and drag you into the sea.
no, I'm okay with
But
that.
if you can breathe water, then it's like, okay, now what?
Well, she can't. So I don't
Yeah.
think. Really, I don't know what she can do. She's a freaking ancient green dragon. Who knows what sort of things they can get up to? Maybe she's a psionic battle mind. Who
I am
knocks you
metagaming a
down.
little bit with dragon knowledge, but I think Darius
And
would know this
agreed.
stuff.
I
Yeah.
I don't think knowing that they do poison is a huge stretch for a dragon lord.
Well, yeah,
Like,
exactly. I'm giving myself slack,
fear.
but I also know they can breathe water, and that's a very
Can they?
devious tactic that
Can they
is
breathe
in their
water?
wheelhouse. Yeah,
I
they
think
can.
it's black
Greens,
dragons, right?
they can. No, both, both.
Oh.
And same with there's one
Oh.
of the chromatic or the good line dragons that can do it too.
The bronze dragons, I believe.
Yeah.
Aren't they the semi-aquatic ones? Bronze or
Don't know.
brass?
Yeah, it's
Brass,
one of those
maybe.
two. I think it's brass.
Yeah.
But,
But greens and blacks for sure can both do it.
No, bronze dragons have a swim speed.
oh, wow, look at that.
Yeah, they're like coastal, I believe.
Who even knows anymore?
And brass dragons have a burrow speed.
I know
Oh,
nothing
yeah.
of 5e. I've just accepted it.
It's okay. Dragons are subtle in changing. But,
But
they're
the other
Yeah,
thing
I know.
the potions would give you
Not
bless,
my dragons.
requiring concentration.
No, it's
which
good.
is
And
yeah,
I think
it's a
it's
good
going to be a tough fight. I'm anticipating a tough fight. Otherwise, I
Yeah.
wouldn't have delayed it this far. Best thing, an ancient green dragon, like that's different from a demon or something. The thing is incredibly smart.
yeah.
And
I don't want to
incredibly
go.
Our only
Don't wanna
chance
go
here
easy
is
on
that
it.
it's also probably incredibly vain and thinking
Mhm.
that it doesn't need to really try hard.
Yeah, I don't know. It's had this much time to prepare itself. It probably has some shit.
Yeah, but what does it like? For, for
Just
for
for my
me?
peace of mind, if we have the water breathing and bless potions, it'll be good no matter what, and maybe even critical.
Yeah, I'm just saying, let's not down him immediately because the dragon might just see that and leave until they
Yeah.
run out and then come back.
Well,
like,
we can bring the dragon detecting sword, so we'll know
oh, yeah, we have it.
Yeah.
Those are made of
know when it's close.
smiting. If anyone wants that,
The what, sorry?
a maze of smiting. Anyone's interested?
Yeah.
In here, we got a mithril chainmail. Two
No thank
adamantine short swords. We've got a lot of stuff, but yeah. Oh, I love it's gonna get done. No, I think
Yeah.
this session was good.
Yeah.
Yeah, I really enjoyed it.
It's always
I
good to have.
I don't know that we have turned that close to being evil or like bad.
I mean, I think in campaigns in the past, we've had similar disagreements.
escalations, I suppose.
I
Yeah.
can give you a list of events that contributed to Velas acting as she did, which includes forcing 2 day-old dragons to fight, carrying around the remains of Belmitra to use as a source for alcohol
Yeah,
for
Wait,
no
I
other
didn't even know
purpose.
about that. What is that?
it's a
I
horn
mean,
that gives visions and good alcohol.
Yeah, it was described as an
Endless good
infinite
alcohol.
pool of endless alcohol that is the best you've ever tasted.
So when
What?
demons are drunk, obviously that magically enforced drunk.
Where on earth did you get that?
From the
From
necropolis
a
too.
temple where people had it and they
Oh, okay. Well,
Oh, no.
well,
took it
I
from
will.
there.
I will hear nothing about that or the dragon thing because I said no to that. I did kill
All
Chandra.
I'm gonna say is Dareth Axel is not days old in terms of her brain, and she can make her own choices. And also,
Born again.
dragons need experience, or they're gonna die in the big in like.
No, I agree with.
And, killing prisoners on an island that is basically just a jail, heavily suggesting regicide in the middle
No, they
of
weren't.
That's
They
an
weren't
all right.
prisoners.
street.
They were people.
Regicide
They were
was
people
a
that went to the island. We didn't kill
No,
the
we did.
prisoners.
No,
we
we
killed
killed
the
Chandras.
people.
No, I
Oh,
killed
we killed
Chandra.
Chandras. All right, yeah, we killed.
Chandras was in a
Yeah,
cage,
yeah.
All right, yeah.
unarmed.
and we just killed him.
It's
Yeah.
fair, Valis.
That is a fair. Yeah.
No, yeah, that's why I was saying
Let's
no.
not
I
even-
will.
Let's not even fake that we weren't all complicit. Like,
Yeah.
It's that thing. You eat human flesh, everyone else at the party's got to do it too.
I mean, we all agreed. Let's be fair.
We
Yeah.
all go down together. So
No,
Yeah.
that's a fair one. The dragon
Making
one.
deals with unquestionably evil volcano beings.
didn't know it was an unquestionably evil volcano being at the time.
No,
Yeah,
well,
If the gods ever shared some information with us, then maybe we'd be able to make informed decisions.
Well, the story said that you could gain stuff there.
Yeah.
Seems like
Dimas
Dimas
is not.
has a player behind him driving him to the most interesting options sometimes.
Yeah. But
Yeah.
sometimes you just gotta know.
No, Dimas is good, and that won't change. And
No, I really enjoyed the.
Demos's growth, especially today, was very interesting.
the Christ of faith, like he's been challenged on his core beliefs. But, yeah, I think just got to do what's right
Mhm.
and try to work with his sister, which is interesting because I thought about it.
I love that. I love that scene. That was
Like it's even been approached slightly before, but never been so appreciated. Now, we're gonna fight together, and then we'll see. I guess how that goes. Hopefully, Demas can defeat the dragon. Otherwise, all this planning will have been for naught.
Mhm.
But, yeah, man. We're moving ahead to an approaching calamity.
I think after we take on the dragon, it's about time we have a conversation about actually going and trying to defeat the Titans, because we do not have much time to waste if we want to go to one, kill it, go to the other, kill it,
Always
and get back to Mitros in 15 days.
I always imagine we'd be teen levels when we do it.
Well, maybe that's a heroic thing, is being weaker than you
it
thought
is.
you'd be and doing it anyway.
Yeah. Well, we haven't had that much time.
Because we could just grind and then go back to Mitros and wait for them to
No.
show up, but that would be that would be wrong. More people would
That's not
die from
heroic.
that. Exactly.
You got to defeat them before the Oath of Peace ends. That's the whole point.
Yeah, 100%. And Ariad's got to free her people, so time we actually got to finish Demas' story, and then we got to finish Ariad's story.
Yeah, so they can live on, or not be suffering forever.
I mean, that's a good thing.
No, yeah, I mean, it's good. She's just sad that there's not. It's just
Yeah, she got to have them for as long as she did.
Yeah, you know.
That's something to be thankful. Can't.
Yeah,
Yeah.
she'll reach it. You know, she'll reach it. Maybe after these 4 days, she'll have felt a little more.
How much is it? Are we able to buy antitoxins in Mitros, sheep?
Antitoxins.
What is that even?
It gives you saving throws against poison for 1 hour. Or sorry, advantage on. So
I
we
mean,
had that
it's-
and a potion of poison resistance. That would
50
be.
gold pieces adventuring gear, no rarity.
Yeah, I mean, I see no reason why not.
How do you guys feel about that? We use the resistance potions we have and antitox.
It's 50 gold. Like it is a
Yeah.
Yeah.
1,000 of them. We don't need that, but let's let's buy one for each of us.
Get a few, yeah.
And then I'll use my bardic inspiration to try and resist other types of damage that she does.
The stash has
And-
paid for one antitoxin for each of us.
Okay. We'll add it to our character
It's a
sheet.
good idea.
We should also take one poison resistance potion and just take them out of the bank.
How much do potions cost?
Potions
Potions
don't cost
count as magic items generally, don't they?
Yeah, they do. So it's a uncommon magic item, potion of resistance.
I don't know why, but 500 is coming to mind.
Didn't you say we had some already?
We have 3, yeah. If you want to buy more,
Yeah, for sure. But you have your armor, so that's
Mhm.
covered already. So 3
yeah,
would
they're good.
3 would cover.
I'll just keep those in the stash until we use them.
That's fair.
We also have potions of climbing if you want them.
Yeah.
We have a potion of mind reading, 2 potions of clairvoyance, a supreme healing potion, which is a super buff one.
Clairvoyance one could be useful down the road.
Like we have it, and if I see a chance to use it, I'll certainly bring it up. Same
Oh,
with
actually, can I use
we
that
have,
find challenges lockbox? That could be interesting.
we have some adamantine daggers. If you need them, there's same descending stones.
We have sending stones?
Yeah, we do.
How many?
I don't know. 2, I guess.
Be useful if we ever
Split
split
up.
the party.
Got a wand of web.
Hmm.
Good for fighting a dragon.
Yeah,
If anyone can use a wand of web. 'Cause
I
can't.
could probably do that.
You want to put that on your sheet?
Well, not permanently, no. Because I would have to deattune from one of my other things.
I don't know that a
Does a
wand
wand
requires
require
attunement,
attunement?
though.
It doesn't? It's
Yeah,
a
wand
magic
does-
item.
it does.
Oh, it
yeah.
does. Yeah, it requires attunement.
Yeah.
by a spell.
Yeah. Demons is
Like,
for one attunement too, with his ring, his weapon, and his armor.
Wand of Web would be great, but it would. My build is kind of fixed with the 3 that I have.
I mean, I could give up this staff of lightning and thunder.
No, that thing's pretty damn good.
I'm not giving up
It's
my
up to you.
dancing sword. That's not.
Yeah, no.
That's not. I don't think.
Yeah, I mean, the thing, like, I've thought of other items that could be useful, but the only thing that I'd consider unattuning is my Amulet of Health, which, you know, will drop me 27 hit points, basically.
No, not worth it. Besides, you can't use a Wand of Web anyway.
No. It would have to be
One
pretty
of-
worth it.
Yeah.
Do dragons have magic item slots? Is that a thing?
Well,
Like
it
just for
doesn't.
the future?
It doesn't say anywhere in the player's guide that my
Right.
dragon cannot attune to magic items.
Yeah.
Oh, it specifically
Sure.
says that? I never even thought about that.
Or
It
for
doesn't.
adventures?
It doesn't
It does-
specifically say that anything. About
They are creatures.
they are intelligent creatures that can use magic. You're
Mhm.
not.
Yeah, but can they hold the wand though and use it
Yeah,
for the
Well, they're not
purposes
they're
that it
not
should be?
spellcasters.
Oh, they're not
neither.
spellcasters yet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're not old enough to do that, but in the future.
Give Dareth Axel Eudora's staff of fire. Pew pew.
Well, doesn't armor also change, like magical armor?
Ring of protection, something.
Yeah, you can make a
Yeah.
barding.
There you go. Barding out of a magical armor because it changes its form to its wearer, right? Like...
Maybe put that on the list for
I
Vulcan.
mean, spontaneously, I say I see no reason why dragon can't attune to something. Like the rules specifically say a creature,
yeah.
and that they are certainly intelligent.
Yeah,
I will, however, say that we are still going to stick to the rules of the Bond of the Dragonlords, which basically
I mean, that just affects how
Spell
many
weapon.
attacks it does and its breath
Yeah.
weapon. That's it. Doesn't
yeah, basically, we'll definitely have to stick to that.
Yeah, that's fine. Cool. I mean, this is just for later on if we get magic
Yeah.
items that'll be like, this would be hilarious. I mean, strictly speaking, Aravandar's actually more intelligent than I mean, at least Artemisia. He's got 12 intelligence.
Yeah.
So.
Well, I mean, if I gave Dareth Axel an amulet of health, her HP would be insane because it's already incredibly high as it is, and 10 con.
Oh, she's only got 10 con? What?
Apparently,
That's insane. Silver Dragons have
Yeah.
17.
yeah, but her AC or her HP is insanely high.
What?
I'm gonna look that up because that seems wrong.
I mean, a red dragon wormling has 8 hit dice, so he's basically like 8th level.
yeah,
He's,
pretty much.
he's
Oh, sorry,
one
I'm
level
looking at
below
Dex.
us.
I'm looking at Dex. That
Oh.
makes
I was gonna say.
Yeah, that's 70 con.
17.
Damn.
Yeah,
Okay, yeah.
So she
it's like that can't be right.
out the bonds of the Dragonlords, because
Yeah.
if I wanted
Hmm.
to become a Dragonlord, I would have to cast that.
Yes.
But it only
can have someone
targets
cast it on you.
newly hatched metallic dragons.
Well, you know.
Yeah, the thing.
I'm just trying to figure out the words. Rules is written, sure. But who cares?
That's fair.
Yes.
Rule
Like,
of
it's-
cool,
it's-
right?
It's special. It's rule of cool.
Mhm.
The spell is written in a way that is generic and intended to be balanced. It's certainly not. It doesn't work for the story.
So is,
Uh,
I think it's
Yeah.
stuck.
so
Like we already have a chromatic dragon in our party. That's
Yeah.
the bond. I'm just thinking because it's like, is it? Does it just create like a abstract bond, other than the like one of you die, the other one dies? I feel like there could have been something so much cooler about it. I don't know.
What do
It's
you
cool
mean?
already, but I just feel like there could have been some more spice.
The way that I had sort of interpreted it was one person plays both characters, so it's like you
Oh, yeah,
are
exactly that.
one
Mm.
in terms of like coordinating your movements and desires and
I
whatnot.
mean, you
like
act on the same.
you're influenced by the dragon's influenced by you,
Mm-hmm.
kind of thing.
Yeah, it tries to put a dragon mount on a reasonable power level, so I don't have to.
Scale everything up stupidly
I-
later on.
I already have to throw my CR guidelines out the window. That
Yeah.
has already happened a long time ago. But if you could actually like use all the things the dragon has by default, it just wouldn't work.
Mm-hmm.
It's also a way to make sure that someone who made a character that is intended to have a dragon, there are some that are like intended to have a dragon. that they aren't like crazily stronger than the other party members.
I mean, and then again, like some of the faith, or like the destinies, or even the paladin subclass, do get additional bonuses for dragons.
Yeah.
That make them extra useful, even in their sort of nerfed state.
Well, like getting like
I think
the legendary resistance.
Get their resistances, yeah.
Which is,
Yeah.
in my opinion, a strange choice because like CR is already so abstract that if things are too easy, just scale up encounters.
I think the main
And it's a
argument.
story that's based around people. Like presumably, most people who ever play this game are going to become Dragonlords or have some sort of association with it. It's a weird choice, in my opinion.
I think it's mostly meant so that one PC who has a dragon doesn't completely outshine another PC that doesn't have one.
Yeah,
I think it's fair.
which is fair. Yeah.
Also, maybe so that it doesn't become a party of dragons with occasional people on top of them.
Yeah.
The legendary dragons and their riders, I guess.
Yeah.
You're destined to find a dragon and then make it fight the titans and win.
Becomes Pokemon instead.
Yeah. Incredible.
Find all the dragons. The solo variant of the
Catch
game.
'em all. Yeah. Or it's just playing Soul Pokemon.
Yeah, and no, Sareth. Demas is a fighter. He's not sophisticated enough to be paladin.
No, that was
If
mostly a
anything,
joke.
I would take
I
a
don't-
feat, but I just couldn't imagine him casting spells. Like
Yeah.
he certainly has the con save for it, but it just doesn't fit him. He's too much.
Well, you don't have to be a spellcaster to be someone who follows
can have
the
faith for
tenets
that,
of a god.
the
You,
idea of a-
you just
And it's more that it's something, and that's what he took away, right? It's okay to identify not with what you are, what people say you are, but what you aspire to be.
Mhm.
Perhaps more than before. He no longer sees fate as static. It's certainly been shown to him that all this fate and destiny and prophecy, much less set in stone than he
Yeah.
initially was led to believe. Thus, sort of. So, yeah, he's recovered well. I think there's sort of talks.
Yeah, if John the Space Goat says that you should not worry about it because it's a fixed point and will definitely happen that way, just don't believe John the Space Goat.
That's right.
What does he know?
What does he know? He doesn't even understand how time works.
Yeah.
What an idiot.
Doesn't even know what a second is. Like what the?
Yeah. Come on, dude. Get it together.
I mean, it's he can do it, and if it happens, then that would be bad, because that means bad things have happened. But he's going to do his best to prevent it.
Mhm.
He's going to do his best to make the future one where, that has not happened, or at least if it has happened, that people didn't succumb to. Really, his feelings about the city, sort of in construction, is at this point a little bit dualistic. The buildings and such are not the city; the people are the city. To realize, and the thought of all of them, because he grew up like in the military, basically as a guard, a champion of Mitros from early age, right? His like foster parents are military, so all his friends. So it's like, oh yeah, no, this horrible death thing is coming to destroy the whole city, and they will definitely stand and fight because he knows they're brave and good people. And he thinks, well, I wish I could be there with them, right?
Mhm.
It hurts to stand and fight another fight while knowing that they meet him.
And yet he didn't go say hi. He was in town for 4 days.
He didn't. He's been removed.
Yeah.
It feels weird to go there because they don't treat him like. In a way, when he grew up, right, his parents would always tell him that he was going to be a great hero. He was prophesized person. he had a destiny to fulfill, and one day he would travel out and do it. And that's sort of, and now he's doing it, and sort of, the relationship is different.
Well, speaking as someone who has moved away from very far away and then gone back to visit a long time afterwards, that is very much grounded in reality. It is a weird, sort of off-putting feeling, like you don't really belong anymore. It's like it's your home, but it's not. It doesn't feel the same. So that spoke to me, at least.
Sometimes he likes the memories maybe more than going there and confronting it again.
Yeah.
Because there it's clear. There's just him and the others, like betting who can swim across the bay faster or something. And it's a good time. But now it's also, he can't really be part of the group, right? Like suddenly he's their boss in a way. That's they have to impress him now. They can't. It's not.
If your friend becomes famous, it's just not going to be the
all
same.
of them to die heroically, But what can he do? You can only fight the good fight. Destroy the Titans and do what he can.
Yeah, like if you have a friend and that friend then becomes super famous, comes back to hang out, there's no way that doesn't turn into an entourage, right?
Especially if they become super like in your field.
Yeah.
But he was always somewhat apart, right? It's not a surprise. It's more like you're friends with like the crown prince, right? At your school. That's already going to be weird. But then they sort of go on and become royalty, and you meet them like 10 years later. It's like, there's a barrier.
Yeah, totally.
I imagine. Yeah. Artemisia didn't even get her amulet looked at.
Man, I already know what I need to know about my amulet. She just used it as an excuse.
We got our Demos looked at, and that's what we needed.
Well, after the last bit
Demos
of net
is
added on top, he needed it more.
Demos
drink
is
was rather excessive.
amulet.
I like the idea the Python was like, "Oh, son, you don't want to go down this way."
yeah.
You sure this is too much? That was kind of wholesome.
It was really funny to imagine him basically the equivalent of like, that dad, the dad that he is, comes home and sees his son like sitting on the couch eating a bag of potato chips, drinking way too much, and it's just like, I can't get mad at this, but oh no.
Maybe a moment of slight self-reflection.
Have I been a bad influence?
The alcoholic dad comes home and to the alcoholic son and goes, "Oh fuck, what have I done?"
No, the alcoholic son goes, "Sup, Dad? You want to join?" Blunt.
Trying to reflect the madness.
Yeah, and then you're like, wow, maybe I should have stepped up as a parent a bit more.
Madness is madness. It's not when you're insane. What are you gonna do? When your insanity is alcohol fueled, then
as a character choice, that was on point cheap. It was great. It was so funny.
Yeah, it's not like Python. Well, he is a raging alcoholic. Well, he is an alcoholic, but not raging.
Yeah.
He's an alcoholic, but also he's a god. So his alcohol tolerance is divinely high.
Also, the thing about Python is he cannot get drunk.
Yeah.
What?
He's a god. He can't get drunk.
Immune to disease
and
to poisons, I guess.
Well, does he just decide to be wasted, or is he just faking it?
He tries really hard.
He gets really sad because he can't.
It's a fake it till you make it situation.
Oh no!
He turns off his legendary.
They say that Kira was the god of acting.
Yeah. Yeah, man. I wonder what that's gonna be like. Demos might soon meet his actual mom. Well, she might be made of stone at the time, so let's keep one of those scrolls handy.
Oh yeah, we still have one.
Because probably made of stone. But we know, a lot of stone people being around there. Like statue garden of beautiful people, I think it was. Yeah, might be able to bring some of those back to Mitros and or something.
Hezebel leaving today definitely gave me, the player, some closure. It's like, oh,
Yeah.
I didn't know I needed that. I didn't know I needed Hezebel to do that, but it was really nice that she did, that she just gets to live her life now.
Yeah, to go out and do her thing.
Certainly, worked for it.
After a job well done defending that treasure. It was still there when we needed it.
That's right. She fulfilled her duty,
Hmm.
even when she was abandoned. And then we pulled her out of there, and she gets to go. She doesn't have to stick around.
Yeah.
Just enough fighting.
All right. I think we can play next week, but don't.
Ooh,
I'll inform you like Wednesday or something
Sounds good
Okay.
to me.
if that's early enough.
Wednesday's fine.
yeah.
Yeah, and I'm going to bed. So
Yeah.
good
Thank
night.
you so much for the
How does
session.
that feel, Manikai? Potentially
Great
1 week
fun.
away from Hexia after
It's
all this time.
exciting, isn't it?
What, what session are we at, by the way? Like, what actual number? Because I don't know.
It's the end of
Halldamir,
my quest.
Hmm?
what's you're the uploader. What session number are we on?
Not
Asks
a
she.
clue.
Are we like 25, 26?
Something like that.
I don't know. I'll have to figure it out. Actually upload the videos. I'll
Yeah,
show
no
you.
wonder these don't get many views.
Let me show you.
Campaign, man. If anyone chose to do watch one right now, I'd pick this one. Don't
Let
think
me-
it's too hard to follow, and yet
Let me show you
things are
my.
happening that are cool and exciting.
Like this, so this still includes my
Oh,
all
Dread's
of the
pretty
ones I have uploaded. But here's my videos folder that probably takes up the majority of my hard drive.
And that doesn't help me.
Just gigs of
Worried it.
data.
Okay, what were you on? Let's see what the last one was you uploaded.
Yeah.
That's 24.
And how many weeks ago was that? Well, when was it uploaded? Because I uploaded it right after.
It was uploaded a month ago.
There you go. So a month ago, like the 23rd
So-
of the 1st?
Session 24, which you have here, was the Hezebel fight. So how many have we done since the Hezebel fight?
What
3,
was that?
I think.
Hezebel fight.
We did. What was after Hezebel?
It's
We left-
I took the hit.
Yeah, we left.
Okay.
And then, was that when we went to the? Yeah, that was when we went to the Island of Exiles. And then after that, we went to the Time Island. And then this one.
so free. So
This is 27.
And the ant.
Oh, in the end.
I
Right.
think
So,
That was the time one.
I
So
think
this is
there
session
is
28.
a lot.
yeah, this is session 28. If that's.
I mean, you can look at the dates on the picture that I took and then just count those because those are those are only these sessions. I don't record
After Hezebel, the events that we had were your sister's tomb, the ant, Time Island, today. That's 4 sessions. So yeah, this is 28. Cheap.
okay.
Yeah. Yeah. It's exciting stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It's pretty crazy. We made like no progress on yours for so long. Only a couple
Well, I
sessions
mean,
ago.
We could have gone for the
Got your
there early,
adamantine
but-
ingot, and you might get to finish the whole thing next time.
Well, we'll see. We'll see, right? I'm gonna be honest, I anticipate it taking 2 sessions of actually dealing with the island. I don't think it's gonna be we go in there, we punch them
Yeah.
out, and we win. Anticipate that island's gonna be bigger. There's gonna be more things to explore. We also know there's things below it, right?
Yeah, we know that there was something below it, but if Xerxes is actually coming with us, there's a like we could maybe do something where we go up into the sky, then Pythor goes up in the Ultros and taunts her or something like that, tries to get her attention. She comes for Pythor. We go down into the lair and try to find your mom.
I mean, we want to fight her. I gotta fight.
Oh, I
her.
know, but then she'll, like a dragon with an intruder in its lair is gonna come back, right? I don't think that's a problem.
I think she might hate Pythor enough to just kill him, which would be a shame.
Sorry, you cut out for me. Can you repeat that?
I think she might hate Pythor enough to just kill him.
Think she can?
He is strong, but it's a. I don't even like.
She is like
She's
It's like
not
an elder
giant.
dragon.
Yeah,
Yeah.
like
Yeah.
I think if she could, she would have by now. Instead,
Yeah,
she
he's
just
available.
takes away things that makes him happy. That says to me that
no, he's been surrounded by a city's army, like for all this time. You know, this.
Presumably, so was my mother at the time.
yeah,
I guess, but it's
The
easier
fact
to
that he
kill.
couldn't- The fact that he hasn't
sorry,
taken,
go ahead.
like,
Yeah.
he hasn't taken her back.
Yeah, so there's a he's not sure.
There's a reason he has.
I'm gonna go to bed. Good night, guys.
Good night. I mean, but then he also grows weaker and weaker, right? So she can play the long game. Like with this ultra piece, he's never been easier, right? Like
I mean, here's the question: would you bet on Lutheria or Pythor in a duel?
Lutheria.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Lutheria.
Like, is Pythor just weaker than Lutheria? Could
No.
maybe one of us in Pythor
think so.
take
It's not that I
Lutheria?
think Pythor's weaker than Lutheria. I think he's not competent enough to mount an offense. But in terms of him versus a dragon, I think he's just sturdy enough that he could at least survive
I
Hex.
know he does about 30 damage with each hit.
Yeah.
We've seen that. He slapped that
Yeah.
rock around him.
I mean, good. He's like wasty face as much as he can be.
But
Yeah, but then you have
Well,
like, what if you? I don't know.
I don't know. I don't know that I would risk it,
Hmm.
is what I'm saying.
Well, it's a Demos focused session, so it's
I
you
would
choose.
throw it out, fight it, and then go to the lair.
Yeah. I don't know how we can to the ground. Actually, there is a spell called Earthbind. I wonder if wizards can get it. Because so I could just buy a scroll of that and learn it. They can. Choose one creature you can see within range. Yellow strips of magical energy around the creature. The target must succeed on a strength saving throw, or its flying speed, if any, is reduced to 0 for the spell's duration. An airborne creature affected by the spell safely descends at 60 feet per round until it reaches the ground where the spell ends. But she'll probably just use legendary resistance, and that's assuming she fails. So that's
And
probably not it.
She's an ancient dragon. I imagine her strength's pretty solid.
Yeah. I don't think that would work.
Yeah.
My plan was to get close and slap her as many times with my magic weapon as possible.
I mean,
Well, if you're riding Xerxia, then that helps.
well, she can only do if she actually wants to kill us. She can't. I mean, we could just leave before her breath attacks will kill us. If she
I think the
actually
easier
wants
thing
to
to
end
do-
us, she would have to come onto the ground to fight.
I think the easier thing to do would be to find a way that we could all fly.
Say that like it's so easy.
Well, we got half of us because Manakai can ride on Xerxia if they're going to team up. Of course, Ariad can fly. I could cast fly, but that's a little risky.
Just give me all of the javelins of lightning, and I'll manage.
Well, if I actually prepared it as a wizard spell instead of just using the quill, then I could upcast it and get you as well.
What we need, flying monks.
That might be the answer.
I can already walk on water.
Huh.
And
Yeah, because then I just stay out of the way and make sure I don't drop. Yeah, I think I'm gonna prepare fly. it seems relevant.
I'm bummed that we're so close to level 10. Because I mean, immunity to poison would have been just hilarious.
Hey, you know what? This will be how you get that immunity to poison.
There we go. Yeah,
You
perfect.
get attacked by Hexia, and then
My body becomes perfect.
Yeah. it's
Yeah,
use a
we're
dragon
only,
as a vaccine.
Yeah.
we're only gonna be level 10. That's halfway. to level
It's
20.
only halfway. It's crazy, right?
Not in terms of experience, though. I'm gonna need way more in the second half. But I suppose we'll be fighting way stronger encounters. So
Mm. I think it's pretty safe to say that next session will level.
probably.
We'll see if
I
we're in
mean,
the
you
middle
can't
of a fight.
even if our things doesn't get that far, you can't.
And it's less than
I think you
15.
can say after next island.
No.
But say we're in the middle of a fight. That might not be the appropriate
Oh
place.
yeah. No. I think Sheep's only done it like like a short rest at the most. The closest he's been willing to give us a level up mid-island.
Yeah. I think it was when we went to the Amazons.
Yeah.
We leveled up partway through that raid.
Yeah, exactly. And then we took a long rest.
Oh, we should probably tell the sister that Moxina's dead.
Yeah,
Forgot about
because-
that.
Who?
Hello.
Yeah, the the Amazon we have with us or had with us.
Oh, I mean, I guess.
Yeah, the one that was silent.
But I think also,
then-
I mean, it doesn't really. I don't think it concerns her overly much.
I mean, it does. At least she doesn't have to worry about Hexia returning.
Moxina.
Moxina, whatever.
Yeah, that was like a big concern of hers.
Yeah, she was like, oh no, she's going to come back and kill me. And now it's like, don't worry
Nah.
about it. I think I picked up her head. Like, no, we left her head.
No, you did,
Pick it up.
because you wanted to use it in
Is
the
it
shield.
in the list? Oh yeah, Moxina's head. It's on the list. So that'll be funny. Maybe get a good portents roll. Like a
Oh God, use
one or
a
two.
Medusa, or use
Yeah.
a high-powered Medusa ability on Hexia.
instant
That would be
end to the fight.
justice. That would be justice right there. No, I would want low portent rolls because I would want to give her a failed save.
I mean, good rolls are very
Subjective.
subjective, yeah.
Yeah.
That would be hilarious, though.
Well, if I do that and trance right before the fight, then it's 4 chances.
Yeah.
But she probably has legendary resistance, so blow
for
those first.
sure.
Yeah, I plan on casting Sleeping Draught a whole bunch because it's basically slow, but for 1 round and doesn't have a save attached to it, so she can't do shit.
Well, I'm gonna go sleep now. It was nice playing with you.
Yeah, that was a lovely session. Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
See
Good
you
night.
maybe next week.
See you later,
Yeah.
everyone.